Okay. We are going to be playing Ghost of Tsushima on PC. This is it. This is the first game published by Sony that requires PlayStation. Well, okay. What I found out is that it doesn't actually require linking PlayStation Network. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. All that does is it allows you to do the co-op Legends mode, and it also gives you some freebie stuff, and it unlocks PlayStation trophies. So other than that, it's completely optional. So everybody complaining about that, they need to be quiet because they have no idea what they're talking about. Alright, so let's look at the graphics here. So I have it set to the highest, with the one exception being this ambient occlusion. I think the default is SSAO. Yeah, SSAO is the default ambient occlusion, which I find interesting, but because it's kind of a standard thing. HBAO Plus is another option to darken, well, it's ambient occlusion, so it darkens creases and corners in the game in order to add depth. Hey guys, what's going on? And the other thing is darkens, or oh wait, they all have the same description. So you can either turn it off, SSAO performance, SSAO quality. So see, the thing with this, the problem when these games do this is they don't have a preset that goes above very high. So like if you're going to standardize tests for like benchmark videos and stuff, you have to kind of you have to standardize around a preset. So unfortunately, very high is the preset, and the preset only uses these settings. So all the reviews, any sort of videos that are going to be comparing different hardware configurations, if they're smart, they're going to test it like this. They're going to set it to very high, and they're going to run the test. If they start tweaking individual things, like for example, if I change this to HBAO Plus, now it says custom. Now it no longer uses a predefined graphics preset. So now, see, this is the problem that I've noticed, that people will leave comments in videos like, oh, I tested Final Fantasy XIV's benchmark, and how come I'm only scoring 16,000 points when I'm using the same hardware that you're using, but you're scoring like 22,000? Well, why is that? You know, like, or someone's like, I tested mine and it has a worse CPU and GPU, but it's scoring like 25,000. But I'm testing with DLSS. Well, there you go. You're using DLSS, so it's actually rendering at a lower than native resolution. So, see, this is the reason why, unfortunately, to test this, we need to set it to very high and just run with it, because they don't have a ultra preset. So if I was gonna do a video, now we're gonna test all these individual ones here, but if I was gonna make a video, these are the settings that I would use, because these are very easy to duplicate the results. Literally, you set it to very high and you do the tests, and that's it. Like when you start tweaking individual things, like if I change this and test with XEGTAO, you know, the results are going to be different from if I test with just SSAO. So that's the reason why I don't like when games have presets, but they don't have a preset that actually maxes out everything, because this is not maxing out everything. So it's, yeah, that's just one of the things. So yeah, like Matt's saying, Anastrophic goes up to X16. You would need to do that with every other GPU if you change it. I know, and that's the reason why, like, if I'm going to test this, with a bunch of GPUs, I'm going to set it to very high, leave it like this, and test with this. Meaning, I won't actually benchmark a bunch of GPUs with HBAO or with GTAO. It's going to be SSAO, and I'm not going to test them with X16 because that's not the preset. So you have to follow the developer's preset, because that's the easiest way to duplicate it. It's what I call the idiot-proof method to have people test the exact same results. It's unfortunate they don't have an ultra preset, because an ultra preset would fix this problem. Like, I got so many comments on the Final Fantasy XIV video, and it's because people are testing it wrong. They're turning on DLSS, they're turning on FSR, they're testing with like 1440p, but they're actually only rendering at like 1080p or some resolution that's sub-native resolution because they're using DLSS or FSR, and they're like, hey, how come my score is so much higher? Well, it's because you're not actually running at native resolution. But see, that's the reason why you have to go by presets. Or the more common thing, this is notorious with Final Fantasy's benchmark. They also turn on, they turn on the benchmark and it defaults to like high desktop or high laptop as the preset. Like they have to actually go into the options and switch it to maximum. They could also be using, oh, I guarantee you they're not using DXVK translation. No, the people that are testing Final Fantasy 14 in the benchmark they're not the type of people that do that. I can guarantee you that. They are not the type of people that know how to do that. So these are people that are turning on, they're literally just running the benchmark with the default preset, which isn't even maximum in that benchmark. It's like high laptop or high desktop. I forgot what it was. But that's the thing. So I tell them, like, you know, you're not testing it at maximum, or you're not testing at native resolution. Go back and run the test, and then see what you get. And then they get a result that matches. So unfortunately, like for this game, even though there's higher settings in here, like X16, shadow quality also has an ultra setting, volumetric has an ultra setting, and then you have GTAO as well, which I don't even know what that does that's different from these other ones. But this right here is basically the ultra. But to duplicate these settings, someone would have to go and tweak things. Now you would think that it's pretty easy to follow instructions and max everything out. No, apparently it's not. It's too hard for the average person to do. So we're going to test this on very high so it's easy for the general observer to copy the settings. Because it's literally one thing. Very high. That's all you gotta do. It's not that hard. You change it to very high, and you play the game, and that's how we're gonna do it for now. Later on, we will look at the different settings, but for now, we're just gonna run it like this and see how it goes. Okay. Yeah, because the other thing with Final Fantasy, I can guarantee you, almost nobody's playing that game on Linux. There's a lot of people that actually play the game on Mac, though. Believe it or not.
騒ぎでも起こして忍び込んでみる。いや、大手門から入る。ハーンは足立殿を生きたまま焼き殺し、叔父上を恥ずかしめ、武士を皆殺しにした。この恥はすすがねばならぬ。正面から突っ込んだらお仲間と同じ目に遭うよ。猛虎もそう考えるだろう。だが、こたびは俺が。
The game does look good, although this game was a game that always looked good. This is a PlayStation 4 game originally. It came out in 2020, and it actually looks really good. What do we want me to do? Oh, I'm just supposed to go up here? Oh, challenge the Mongols to a standoff. Do I really want to do that? They don't play fair. Standoffs. Okay, I can challenge the foes to a standoff. Once the enemy approaches, hold Y. As soon as the attack, release Y to defeat them in one deadly strike. What? 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 How did I lose a standoff? What do I do? Oh, I just... Okay, it says hold Y. What? It didn't even do anything. That time I didn't even... What? Hold on, is this working? Okay. Okay, there we go. This game plays, it plays kind of like a Souls game, but not exactly. It's more like a Batman Arkham Asylum type game. Oh, I challenge you to a duel. Back attack. Yeah, this is kind of like, you know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of the Batman games, Arkham Asylum. I never played any of the other ones. I only played a little bit of Arkham Asylum, like way back in the day. The combat also makes me think of For Honor. It's also a lot like For Honor with the positionals. Is this a treasure chest? How do I... What am I supposed to do? This literally looks like a treasure chest. How come I can't open it? Yeah. Man, okay, it's cool. You got, it's like samurai moves. It's like this. I feel like I'm playing Age of Empires 2, only like up close in third-person view. And it's like the Japanese versus the Mongols, the samurai versus the Mangodai. This is awesome. This is so awesome. What? That guy was right behind me. Why didn't he even attack me? That one dude could have like back attacked me. He didn't even bother to. This game is pretty good. I have to tap. Tap to break the shield or break the guard. Okay, so I'm supposed to rescue his uncle. Oh, I parried him. Wait, what's this? Nothing. Yeah, this game is good. This game has all the upscalers also. This is good. This is good practice for Elden Ring, Shadow of the Earth Tree. I just realized that. Why should a samurai always bring a pencil into battle? What? Is that supposed to be a joke? What? Dodging arrows. Before firing arrows, Mongol archers will call out and signal their attacks, their allies to duck. Man, you know what? The Mongols were so fierce, though. If you guys read up on the history on some of the stuff that they did in this time period, like when they were conquering, they conquered China, they conquered Persia, they got into Europe. They were like on the eastern end of Europe. I think they got as far as Hungary, if I'm not mistaken, or Romania. Somewhere over there. They got pretty far. Like, the Mongols are some scary warriors. And the problem is they don't fight with honor. That's the thing. So they don't, like, their way of warfare is so... it's interesting, like, if you read up the history on the Mongolian Empire, because they basically... They just kind of came out of nowhere and just absorbed so many different cultures. And they would, like, literally kill whatever they didn't understand. Alright, this guy's got a shield. What? This is a lot like For Honor, actually. The way you dodge. The way you dodge them and stuff. Oh, so they can draw. So they can draw their katana. Okay, this is it. Wow, this guy's like, what the heck? What, are these all unblockables?
Yameu. Kudare. いともたやすく平和が戻るとおじに見せてやれ。死にたくはなかろう。
Oh man, he attacked him. He did a dishonorable attack.
不甲斐ない。またしても。父、ジン、手を貸さんか。
This is kind of like the recent FX series Shogun, except this is like way further back. I think this takes place in the what is this, the 14th century or the 13th century? I forget, but this is like before the Sengoku era.
島中の者がお父上を弔いに来ております。
皆を返してくれ。
何をおっしゃいますか。若様が堺の家督なのですよ。
ああ。
お一人ではありませんよ。お父上は風となり導いてくださり、お母上は
Man, if only From Software could make their games look like this.
お伝えくださいましょう。
助かった、ユリ。
Hold on, I'm buffering for some reason. I need to try changing something. Because I keep getting a thing saying that I'm buffering. And recently, if I stream in AV1 to YouTube, the upload will go, it's like very spiky. Like it knows how to go up and down a lot. So I guess here, I'm going to try, what I did just now is I switched it over to HEVC. So now we're streaming using HEVC H.265 instead of AV1, because recently AV1 has been doing that. Like, it's like AV1 is streaming to YouTube using variable bitrate, even though I specify constant bitrate. And variable bitrate can sometimes, if there's a lot of network traffic between me and YouTube, it will be very bursty, and that's not good because that can cause a lot of buffering. So when I switch over to HEVC, it doesn't do that. So I don't really know what the thing is with AV1. This has only started happening in the last couple of weeks. In fact, it was doing it not yesterday, but it was doing it on my last live stream last weekend. It was doing the exact same thing. So I don't really know why it's doing that. You were playing the game at 1440 on the GRE. Yeah, so this is 4K native. So just to show people the settings. The display right here, we are running this game at full screen, native 4K, so 2160. We are using the Radeon RX 7900 XTX. Wherever it is. Oh, we are using FSR3 native anti-aliasing. So the options in here are XESS, and we could try that, FSR3, TAA, SMAA T2X, which I don't even know what T2X means, SMAA, the older one, and then off. So the thing is, when you're playing the game at 4K, anti-aliasing sometimes isn't really needed, depending on the game. But I heard that the TAA implementation for this game was not that good. So it's actually better to use one of the upscaler algorithms to do the anti-aliasing. Now, this is not using upscaling. This is using whatever FSR3's native AA is, but this is not upscaling. Frame generation is off for now because I want to see what the average is without it. We have dynamic resolution scaling off. So we are constantly forcing a 4K resolution for the graphics card. We're not using any upscaler. I've had all of them are turned off, and the dynamic resolution scaling is off. The only thing we're doing is we're using FSR3 native AA. We might try the XESS one also here in a little bit. And then for the graphics, for those that joined recently, all I did was set it to very high because it's very easy to duplicate the settings. You just set it to very high. You don't have to worry about changing individual things. We will try some of these later on. Like once I get past this initial prologue section, then we might start changing the different graphic settings. What am I supposed to do? Oh, I guess I'm just supposed to leave.
堺殿の息子とあらば お前は我が子も同然だ。
Oh wait, I'm leaving. I'm just leaving the village. Man, this makes me think of that one Shogun show. It's kind of like, it's got that same kind of vibe. You know what I mean? Does anybody watch that show? Shogun, based off of the book, the novel by, who was the guy who wrote it? James Clavell or something? You're dealing with RMA Hell? What happened there? I thought you already got that card replaced. Oh, this is the funeral for his dad. I think. Yeah, I think it's the funeral. There's the uncle.
Jin、それでも武士か。
父上は私をかばって
息子を守るため戦で死んだのだ。無念はない。それがモノノフ。これからはお前が意志を告げ、あやつの魂はこの太刀に宿っておる。これを父と思え。明日わしの砦に来るがよい。迎え入れよう。今日は父に別れを告げろ。
You've been watching it? Oh, the Shogun show? Yeah. I watched it like from the second or third episode, and then like each episode that they were released every week after. Yeah, it was good. I think the next series that I'm waiting for is that Star Wars series that's supposed to come out on Disney. I forgot what it's called. I think it starts like in 2 weeks or something. It's like in the first week of June.
父上、お導きください。
Wait, aren't we back to where... Oh, he fell off the bridge, he must have landed in the water, and then washed up on the shore. And apparently the Mongols didn't bother, they didn't care enough to go down and make sure he was dead. Even though the main guy literally got slashed in the face, he could have lost an eye. Like if I was the main guy and this guy did that to me and like cut my face and stuff and then fell off the bridge, I would probably have the guards go down and see where he landed. Follow the wind. They said they're testing the car for 24 hours. Yeah. How long ago was that, though? I thought they already sent you a replacement. For some reason, I was under the impression that you already got a replacement card. Man, this game does look good, though. Look at this. This game looks good. It's called the Acolyte. Oh yeah, I remember. That sounds familiar.
You know.
Yeah.
You know.
どうだった？
志村殿を見つけお助けしようとしたがあえなくハーンに叔父上は嘆いておろう。
あんたが無事でよかったよ。
命を捨てても対馬を救うつもりが今や猛虎に故郷を乗っ取られ味方もいなくなった。
自分より強いやつに負ける気持ちわかるよ。情けないよね。でも死んじまったら元も子もない。生き延びるためなら何だってやらなくちゃ。
このまま再びハーンに挑んだとしても返り討ちに遭うのは必定。他の手立てを考えねばなるまい。そうして志村殿を救い故郷を取り戻そう。
だったら私が。
騎兵だ。ハーンの番犬だ。
大勢で来る。まずい、隠れなきゃ。
They got this idea to Age of Empires too. 100% guarantee they got this idea. This is exactly like in the first campaign of Genghis Khan's campaign. It's like, behold, the horde of the Mongols, and then they like run by out on their horses. They're just galloping through. Oh, so they are searching for him. Okay.
馬が逃げちまったじゃないか。
主の元に戻るようしつけてあれ。
すごいな。猛虎はあんたを探してる。
お主は逃げろ。俺が猛虎兵を引きつける。
タカを助けるまでそばを離れるつもりはないよ。
ではまず火星を得ねばな。腕が立つといえば石川先生や足立雅子殿、このお二人を。
タカだって腕はいい。あの子を助ければ島で一番の鍛冶屋が味方につくんだ。城に忍び込める道具だって作れるよ。
では壁を登れるようなものは。
タカの腕なら朝飯前さ。
捕まった場所は
ケチのあたりだった。
お主は先に行っておれ。後で向かおう。
あの子は弱いから長くは持たない。
ユナ、必ず弟は助ける。
志村様も。
This was a 2020 game, wasn't it? Which means it came out in it was the first year of the pandemic. Where am I supposed to go? Follow the wind? Charm of canine recruitment. If you sneak up on a Mongol dog, you can pet it. Why are there Mongol dogs here? What? The dog will then become your ally, stealthing and fighting alongside you against enemies. This is a tale. Complete tales to build your legend and acquire new resources and abilities. Oh, okay. So these are like the... Some of these are side quests and some of them are the main quests. Jin's journey. Jin's journey. Oh, okay. He needs to go find his allies. He needs to, like, gather allies. So this is the island. And then what's up here? There's like a little... There's like another part of the island up here. Unless it goes... Whoa, it actually... Okay, so there's actually quite a bit of land. It looks like it's one... It's two large islands. I guess we're gonna do this one first. Wait, this assassination? What is this one? Archery? I guess let's get the blacksmith. I want to see how this water compares to the water in Forbidden West. Because Forbidden West has some of the best looking water I've ever seen in a video game. Yeah, this water doesn't look... It doesn't look terrible, but it doesn't look like... It doesn't look as good as Forbidden West. And you can tell, like, this game is a PlayStation 4 game. So I don't expect it to have the best visuals. But for what it is, though, it does hold up pretty well. And because it's a PlayStation 4 game, that's why it can be played at 4K native with the highest end GPUs. Ariake? Oh wait, I should probably bring my horse with me. Just in case. I like the color palette in this game. I like the transition. Like, look at how those leaves are all yellow. And then the ones over there are green. Where'd my horse go? Did it just, like, run off? Oh, well, I ran this far on foot. Alright, we'll go this way. You got it on PS4 when it came out, never finished it. Then you bought PS5 at the end of last year and got the director's cut. I finished it on PS5, still tempted to get it for PC. Yeah, you know, I really wish that... See, the thing is, a lot of people were complaining about the PlayStation Network thing. You don't actually have to do anything with the PlayStation Network. Like, if you buy this game on Steam or Epic Games... Like, you don't actually have to do anything with the PlayStation Network. Like, you can if you want. It's completely optional. And if you do it, then you get, like, some in-game items. Like, I think I combined mine, and I think I got, like... let's see. How do I access my gear? Let me see. What do I have for outfits? Yeah, like, okay. This one I think is from the director's cut from the PlayStation 5. This one is the one that I got when I linked the PlayStation account to Steam. So when I combined the two of them, it gave me this archery master's attire. And I think I get... Oh, no, not that. Maybe this one? I don't remember. I think probably this one. Who knows? I know I got the archery thing. And the horse that I have, the horse is the deluxe edition horse. And I don't know if the deluxe edition horse is on the PC version of the game, but it is, like, it was in the director's cut. Well, no, it was in the deluxe edition on the PlayStation. And I have the deluxe edition on PlayStation. So I'm guessing that this was one of the things that I got from carrying it over or linking them. I'm not 100% sure on that one, though. Because this is the special horse. It's like the rare one or whatever. It's like the exclusive to the deluxe. Yeah, so I never got this game for PlayStation 4. I did get the the deluxe director's cut edition, whatever, for PlayStation 5. And like you, I never finished it. Although you did finish the PS5 version. I never finished the PS5 version. Whoops. What? It like jumped over the rock and then it like tossed me. I guess I just follow the path. What's that? This is a village? Golden Temple.
堺家に伝わる宝刀、素晴らしい一品です。
見ただけでわかるのか。
私には刀の顔がわかるのです。人と同じくそれぞれ違うのですよ。堺様、素材をお持ちくだされば喜んでその宝刀を鍛えて差し上げましょう。堺様、十分な素材をお持ちください。
Okay, so I need a lot of stuff.
また頼むぞ。
その太刀が。
Yeah, I kind of wish the progress from the PlayStation version carried over, so I wouldn't have to replay the opening hours. But I was never really that far into the game. I was probably like 5 hours in.
Yoroiを仕立て直しましょうか。どんな鎧も直します。八幡様も羨む仕上がりですよ。
戦で壊れた鎧がある。
おや、これはかなり傷んでますね。痛みの少ない鎧をお持ちくだされば腕前をお見せします。
I have to complete a quest to do that.
陰ながらご分。
お侍様、ちょうど西行様のお言葉を思い出していたところです。心を清めるにはまず体を清めろとか。
里いお方のようだな。晩年はもっぱら湯に浸かって過ごしたのだろ
う。ですが少しは特進がいきませんか。癒しの水、清めの湯気、紅葉の葉から漏れる光。戦に向けて心を研ぎ澄ますには湯に浸かるのが一番でしょう。
そうかもしれんな。湯に入りたくなってきた。
To think this is like in the 1400s. That there was technology like this that long ago. They had all this advanced technology. I mean, all the, like, the buildings. The way they did all these buildings. Alright, well, I guess I should probably just do that quest. I feel like I'm locked out of a lot of things here.
弓をお持ちですか？
菰田の浜でなくした。
それは残念でしたね。もし石川先生が生きていらっしゃれば弓をお譲りくださるかもしれません。弓さえあれば
The archer
私がそ
guy,
の
and I
力
gotta
を
go
引き出し
rescue
て
what's
差し
her
上げ
name's
ます。
brother. So we're gonna do that. Yeah, the PS, yeah. Because that you can transfer it, but for some reason it's not possible to transfer the PlayStation to this one. What was the button? Okay. Alright, let's go do this. I need to go this way? Standoff? What? What? Oh, that's a lot of Mongols. Wait, there's an archer. Whoa, this guy's got a lot of HP. Oh, I died. Whoa, okay. Where am I supposed to go? Okay, left. Stand off. Wait, this is Mongol territory? What's going on here? Wait, what's this? You like how later you can kill like 3 guys with a standoff? Where is this place? Okay, I'm approaching it. Wait, Mongol territory again? What's this? Is a dead person just laying out here in the middle of nowhere? What? This has got to be it. But it's got Mongol stuff. Those are Mongol flags. Maybe I gotta sneak around.
Yuna だ。
Where? Okay, here we go. I'm guessing she's in here? She's saying follow the wind. Follow the wind. Okay.
Yuna だ。
Oh, okay, over here.
Jin, 待ってたよ。
一人で倒したのか。
来るなら早く来て。危うく死ぬところだったよ。猛虎が捕虜を連れて川上に向かったらしい。鍛冶屋を見たって人もいる。
弟か。
もしかしたらね。金田の入り江の近くに野営があるって聞いた。
場所ならわかる。
力を貸してくれる人は見つかった？
いや、まだ探しておる。
じきに誰か見つかるさ。
Okay, here we go. Reach unoverlooked by the Mongol king.
手伝ってくれるよ。ああ、もうすぐあの子に会えるんだね。
お主はいい姉だ。
そんなことない。
弟は何というかな。
あんたにも兄弟はいるの？
俺の身内は叔父上だけだ。
助けた後はどうするの？
休みたい。叔父上がいらっしゃれば島は救われるからな。
そればっかりだね。
勝てるはずのない戦を制してきたお方だぞ。お主は弟を助けた後どうする？
実は考えてる暇はなかった。傷はどう？もう痛まない？
ほぼ治った。お主の手当てのおかげだ。
あんた心の内は明かさない男だね。
そう見えるかもな。武士ならば感情を御せと叔父上に言われた。幼い頃から受けてきた教えだ。
なんだか生きづらそうだ。
それがものの札。この先に川を見渡せる場所がある。
そこからなら野営がよく見えそうだ。あれが野営？入れそうにないな。
数日でしつらえたものならばどこかに隙間がある。探すぞ。
Hold on, what else we got here? The broken armor. We got the hero armor. Okay, we can go all in with this. Wait, we got this too. Okay, we got this outfit. Follow the wind. Oh wait, yeah, it's coming from over here.
タカを助けなきゃ。敵に騒がれずに。
何か手があるはずだ。
Oh yeah, we're gonna go from the cliff.
足場が緩いと崩れる。気づかれるよ。
奥の守りは硬そうだ。正面の壁は出来上がっておらぬな。
隙間があるかも。正面の壁に隙間がありゃ中に忍び込める。
そして猛虎を全て切り伏せる。
もし手違いがあれば捕虜が殺されるよ。何度も見てきたんだ。忍び込むしか手はないからね。
まるで野党だ。
不満でもあるのかい。
この島はかつて賊がのさばっていた。しかし武士が乱を鎮め正義をもたらしたのだ。我らは誉れと共に生き、誉れのために身を捨てる。かつて我が父も平和のために命を捨てた。
私だって同じだよ。だけど今はやらなくっちゃ。
叔父上の教えに背くわけにはいかん。
今は目をつぶって家族を助けたいんだ。あんただってそうじゃないの。
近くに寄ってみよう。様子を探りたい。
それじゃあ暗くなるまで待とう。
行くぞ。
タカは苦労してるんだ。猛虎が来る前から。
守ってやったのだな。
兄弟だからね。タカは盗みを嫌ったけど飢えて死ぬよりはマシだろ。
I just realized if I did the other quest first, I would have the archery. I would have range for this. She yells at me, it's gonna alert all the guards. She's like, Kochi!
俺も武士になるほかなかった。
They're gonna hear you.
だが教えに背くのはやはり。
猛虎に殺されてた。
Alright, alright. Thanks for stopping by.
何を晴らしたいんだろ。なんだってやらなきゃ。
Kiyoshi. Alright, what do I do? Oh. Huh?
通るぞ。
Oh. It's gonna be a stealth mission.
蹴取られれば捕虜が殺される。
じゃあ音を立てずに喉をかっ切るしかないね。
Wait, he's...
手がある。
He's gonna use ways that he didn't want to use. He's supposed to fight with honor. This goes against his code. Goes against the code.
お前はどう見る？
足を怪我しています。矢が当たりましたね。
手負いの熊は死に物狂いだ。ぬかるでないぞ。
わかりました。
後を追うぞ。
Wait, he wants me to look after it?
この地に熊が出るなんて。
そうだな。戦火の槍川から逃げてきたのだろう。
謀反者のせいです。罰として熊の餌にしてやりましょう。
いやしきことを申すでない。
Return to tail. What does he want me to do? Oh.
ここで倒れましたね。虫の息です。
ああ、すぐ近くにおるな。
Wait, the bear stumbled.
気を抜くなよ。
分かってます。とどめは私に刺させてください。
お前が感情を御せるのであれば、その時は考えてやろう。
いました。
夜な、生きておるやもしれん。この焼き傷では死なぬはず。
見てください。この傷の跡は矢ではありません。
四角？槍川だな。
卑怯者！地頭様の背を狙うとは。
酒井、怒りを抑えろ。人殺しになりたいか、こやつのように。我らは武士だ。
ですが叔父上を。罪人はその命をもって償わせねば。
目をそらすな。怒りや恐れで人を殺めてはならん。誉れを胸に切れ。敵を前にして背を向けてはならぬ。命を奪う時も相手を見据えろ。情けと覚悟を持て。それが侍の姿だ。虚に乗ずるは臆病の印。
Okay, so the significance of that was he killed this Mongol warrior by stabbing him in the back and not looking him in the eye. There's no respect. It was a dishonorable kill.
どうした？
It's not the Jedi way.
タカを探そう。見つかるわけにはいかん。
五感を研ぎ澄まして頭の中まで野党になるんだ。
Think you move like a thief? She's teaching him how to be a ninja. Focused hearing? What? He has super hearing. Wow. The horse is just like, whatever. He's like, I can hear them. They're speaking their Mongolian language. I don't know what they're saying. There's like one over here too. This is like playing the Metal Gear Solid games. What's this? Ooh. There's nobody. Wait, this person's dead. Oh, well, they got some dead. They got heads on spikes. They got heads on spikes. Nope. Somebody.
タカか。見に行こう。違う。タカじゃない。
よく中に入れたな。逃げるぞ。話は後だ。
行くよ。
Wait, there was one more person though. In here. One. Oh! What? Oh, I wanted all this stuff. Yeah. 25x supplies. Records. Mongol stuff. Mongolian gold. Because they had like all the resources. They had the largest land empire in the world. Was that everything? They got their what are these things called? Yurts? Kurts? They got kurts or I think they're yurts. They're the type of tents that they would build.
O主は菅笠衆か。
かつてはな。あそこも飯に困ってきたから抜けてきたんだ。
志村殿が捕まり、お助けするにも人手が足りぬ。手伝ってくれ。
無理だ。だが菅笠衆に聞いてみろ。筒の氷で猛虎を襲ってるって聞いた。岸平原の近くの海岸だ。
こっち。弟を探してるタカという刀鍛冶。
お前はない。だが多くが他へ移された。
捕虜が移されたって言ったね。どこだ？
アザモ浦がどうとかって。そういえば鍛冶屋の男を見た。若くてヒゲの生えた槍川の出だったはずだ。
嘘じゃないだろうね。
鍛冶屋が見つかるといいな。
タカがアザモ浦で生きてる。
壁で囲まれた村か。策もなく乗り込めば返り討ちに遭うだろ
う。友人が手を貸してくれるかもしれない。
よかろう。
Alright, we're gonna try the different anti-aliasing to see if there's any significant difference.
タカならどんな道具だってすぐに作ってくれる。でもその後、二人で島を出たい。
もうこのことならば案ずるな。叔父上が止めてくださる。とどまり、故郷のため戦え。
故郷は私とタカがいるところさ。友人はアザモの氷にいる。ツツとの境だ。
そこで落ち合おう。
楽じゃなかっただろう。教えに背くこと。
なすべきをなしたまで。
そっか。
志村、お主に労は似合わん。たむかわぬよう民に言い聞かせろ。さすれば縄を解いてやる。
己のざれ言は聞かん。殺せ。
全てを失ったつもりのようだが、おいはまだ生きておるぞ。
ジン。
我が勢が道を塞ぎ、村々の近くには野営を敷いた。全てを掌握している。おいもじき見つかろう。
堺は一生懸命に戦うはずだ。わしもな。
大事か。対馬の民はどうだ。お主は父も同然。我が子を見捨てるのはつらかろう。
己のしもべにはさせんぞ。
The Warrior's Code. Oh, okay. So I can learn one of these two. Deflection. I can perfect parry. Parry at the last possible second from a deadly counterattack. Earns a moderate amount of resolve. Roll across the ground to avoid attacks. We're gonna get that one. We're gonna get the roll. We're gonna get the roll. What's this stuff down here? Follow the guiding wind. Wait, hold to buy. What? Oh, I can get both. I got 2 skill points. Follow the guiding wind to bamboo strikes. Follow the guiding wind to Shinto shrines. Oh, these are exploration abilities. Okay, I got it. Fox dens. Follow the guiding wind to discover items that allow you to personalize your appearance. I guess we'll get, well, do these take 2 points or 1? Only 1. An evasive skill. Or evasive strike, useful against slow-moving enemies. BX to dash and strike. Sprint toward your enemy and slash him with a quick strike. That one is good. I'm taking that one. Rush in and attack them quick. Water stance. Wind stance and moon stance. Oh. Okay, there's actually, wow, okay, there's a lot. Ghost. Interesting. Okay. Ghost weapons. Build your legend to unlock powerful new... Okay, this is actually a pretty cool game. The Golden Temple. We're gonna do this one next. Just follow the wind. Wait. Okay, yeah. Fox den. What does that mean? Is it gonna lead me to something? Or is it just running away from me? What? Oh. Charm slot unlocked. You can now equip an additional charm. Hey, that's cool. Okay, now we need to just go and rescue this one guy. What was the... I got a whistle. I got a whistle. Here we go. Something's going on over there. There's some fighting. Oh, I wanted to take this time to test some of the different stuff in here in the options. So let's look at the different anti-aliasing. Let's try Intel's XESS native AA. See how it looks. Okay. Is that a Mongol base? Oh no, this is a regular town. What the? We're just a regular town over here.
あの鳥をご存知ですか？どのような鳥のことだ？金色の鳥です。鳴き声を聞くと平和だった時を思い出します。ああ、母上はその鳥のことを何よりも対馬のことを知っておる生き物だとおっしゃっていた。その通りでしょうね。もしこのような時でなければ、あの鳥を追ってどこに誘ってくれるか知りたいものです。俺が追ってみよう。お主は平和が戻るまでは控えておけ。そういたしますね。酒井様。
Is there any secret items? No. I feel like this is where we were at the beginning of the game. This looks very familiar. Like this was under occupation by the Mongols. Yeah, it was, because see how it's all, part of it's destroyed? Another crawl space. What's up here? Leather supplies. Actually, was there a way up onto the roof? Oh.
我が家を追い出された挙句の果てに猛虎に住み着かれてしまいました。
これまでいくつもの家が奪われ焼かれてきたのを見た。
この近くにある家も襲われました。家の主はこの地を離れようとはせず助けを求め続けています。
そやつを探してみる。
Oh, minor utility charm. If I do that. But I think we should probably still do this because I need to get my bow and arrow. Yeah, I can't tell which one looks better. It's also because of the time of day, the lighting is not that good. Let's try TAA. The regular. Just the generic TAA. Am I going the right way? Oh yeah, I am. Man, the game's pretty good. It's got good lighting. I really can't tell the difference between any of these anti-aliasings though. SMAA2T2X. I don't know. I can't tell the difference. They all look the same. They all look the same. I can barely tell what's going on. Because the thing is, when you're rendering the game at 4K, the resolution is so high that you don't really see... I mean, it's hard to tell the effects of the anti-aliasing. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back. Alright, we're close now. Oh, the sun's coming up. All these action games have the same yellow markings on the wall to do the wall climbing. Okay, see, like, now the game looks good. This looks good. Although, the grass... You can tell the grass looks... rendered. Hold up. So right now, the game, we're doing like 68 frames per second. I can't tell if these anti-aliasing things are making it worse. That was SMAA. That's regular SMAA. It's still like 68 frames per second. So I don't even tell. I can't even tell if anything's changing. Okay, let's turn it off. No anti-aliasing. Okay, now it's like 71, 72. So the AA does impact the performance, but man, I gotta say, like, with no anti-aliasing, the game actually looks pretty good with no AA when you're rendering it at 4K native resolution. Like, okay, when I look at... Even with no AA, it looks pretty good. Look at that. This is with no anti-aliasing. I can kind of see, like, when the head of the character, like, moves forward and back a little bit, you can kind of see the... I can kind of make out some of the jaggies. I can see it in the grass. Hold on. So maybe that's what it does. So let's try the Intel XESS native. Okay. You know, honestly, I'm losing frames with this Intel XeSS. Without it, I don't see it changing the frame rate. Or, I mean, I don't see it changing the visual quality that much. See, with FSR 3 native AA, I'm losing frames. And, man, I almost want to try to play the game for a while without any anti-aliasing. Just turn it all off. No anti-aliasing. Because it seems like it looks... With no AA, the game actually still looks quite good. Alright, let me look at the water. Let's see how the water looks with no AA. Okay, yeah, I can see the boundary. I can see that jaggy. See that weird line? I can see the lines on those rocks. Yeah, I can see the lines on the rocks. Okay, hold up. I think that's what it's doing then. It fixes that. No, it didn't fix that. The water line on the rock has a weird line. I thought that was due to a lack of AA. Okay, maybe TAA fixes it. No, it's still there. That's weird. The game's TAA is bad though. Like, it's not good. You'd want to use one of the... You want to use FSR or XeSS or one of these older ones. Okay, none of them fix that. None of them fix that. I wonder if ambient occlusion stuff fixes that. Alright, let's try HBAO+. Nope, that doesn't fix it either. Yeah, we got some weird, like, lines on the rocks here with the water. This is the HBAO. Man, how come games don't use HDAO? Like, there's not a lot of HDAO games. High definition ambient occlusion. Or VXAO. The VXAO, from what I remember, is a really good one. Okay, XEGTAO. I have no idea what this is. Let's try this one. None of them seem to fix the water line. The water line's still there.
日吉の湯だ。宿の者なら先生の所在を知っているはず。
お侍様、戦続きでお疲れのようで。さあ、この癒しの湯にお浸かりになってください。戦に備え英気を養いたいでしょう。
ああ、常に万全であらねば。
ではこちらへどうぞ。湯に浸かるだけで身も心も洗われますよ。それにたびたび湯に入れば長く栄えて命を全うできると言われています。
Will it increase my maximum HP? Hold up. SMAA. Just turn this off. Let's see.
さあどうぞ。
See, even with no
暖かくて心地よい
anti-aliasing,
ですよ。
the only thing is I noticed those water lines. Reflect on. Well, what a dive.
あの日を忘れることは決してない。俺が子供でなければ、弱く臆病でなければ、父上を守れた。
Ooh, maximum health increase. It did increase my maximum health.
なんという変わりよう。これで大軍にも打ち勝てましょう。
蒙古軍すべてが相手でも不足ない。礼を言う。
もったいないお言葉。湯は島のあちこちにございます。お探しください。ご養生は大切でございますよ。湯に浸かり、戦に備えたお体をお作りください。
You were testing the game with the 1440p Ultra on the 7900 GRE. How does it do at 1440p? I would assume that at 1440p, like all of these GPUs will be able to handle the game. Wait, is this the guy?
石川先生を探しておる。
浜で討ち死にされたのでは。
生きておる。道場はどこだ？
森の先です。ご案内いたしましょう。ご出陣なさらなかったので？
そうだ。
戦の前日に村にいらっしゃったんですが、寡黙なご様子で、まあいつものことですけどね。
What's this? Nothing?
先生の伝説は誠ですかね？
伝説だと？
たった一本の矢で海賊の船を沈めたとか。
誠だ。もっとも射抜いたのは船ではない。海賊の頭だ。
怒らせないように気をつけにゃ。
後ろめたいことでも？
滅相もございません。
では心配には及ばん。
道場はあの山の上にあります。
対馬は俺たちの故郷だ。
Oh, I gotta go up there. Oh, I'm supposed to look at it.
助かった。ここまででよい。
あと一つお尋ねしても、先生はなぜ長尾家の指南役を退かれたんです？
さあ、わからんな。
いやはや、道場のために誇りある職を捨てちまうなんて。
Oh man, there's like a, what is that, a wasp nest? Whoa. Oh, you don't actually have to press the button. You just have to move in the direction of these things. Interesting.
石川先生の道場。いさかいがあったか調べてみよう。これは血の跡、新しくはない。
You can tell the sound design, like, as you walk around on all these different surfaces, like these wet mud surfaces, and then dry ground, and then on gravel.
Ishikawa sensei.
You were getting around 90 most of the time.
堺の跡取りか。生きておったとは。
菰田で待っておりました。
向かう途中で賊に襲われてな。
その賊を待ち構えていたと。
備えあれば憂いなしと言うだろう。志村殿も討ち死にか。良き男だったが。
無事です。しかし囚われの身に
望みはあるな。
実はその件でお力添えを。
How much power does that card typically use while gaming?
出本されての。
I'm curious about the GRE, like how it is it more energy efficient than the 6900 XT?
遅れを取るなよ。
6900 XT was like 300 watts.
他に生き延びた者はおるか。
存じません。
では猛虎に手向かう者は。
残念ながら他にはござらん。
なら探さねばな。二人では救出などおぼつかぬ。
お弟子殿の居場所は。
巴の行く先など知れておる。
巴？女子か。生まれは百姓。だが弓は並ぶ者などおらぬ。大主でさえな。最後にお会いしたのは確か10年前。
弟子志願だったな。
ご記憶とは。
門前払いしたやつは忘れぬ。
なぜ私ではなく巴を弟子になさった。
お主は有望。巴は神道よ。
猛虎
殺す。
Yeah, see the rolling is good. I want that roll. Man.
奴ら酔ったタヌキだな。
だがコモダでは負
Mongols
けま
vs.
した。
Samurai.
目覚めぬ虎ならタヌキにも劣る。
What's the button to put away? Oh, he just puts his sword away after a while. Okay.
巴の足跡だ。来い。
Oh, we gotta go find this Tomoe.
山砦が抜かれた。あの石膏が証拠だ。
砦は日吉の近く。
次は日吉が狙われるな。
争った跡が。
襲われたか調べるんだ。
米と泡。手つかずだ。
不意を打たれたな。
矢筒があります。
わしが与えた回伝の証だ。
血の跡わずかだが。
死者はおらぬな。どうなっておる。巴が矢筒を捨ておくとは。
敵から逃れるためか。
捕まったか。
では今頃。
尋問か拷問。あるいは。
まさか叔父上も同じ目に。
恐怖は猛虎の武器。たじろげば奴らの思うつぼぞ。
お弟子はいずこにいると。
中山だ。砦は近いぞ。わしが雲田におればな。
いらっしゃらずばこそ今共に戦える。
なぜ負けたかわかるか。
けだものには勝てませぬ。
それは違うな。
この目で見たのです。
キューバの道は見るのみにあらず、心を研いで感じるものよ。ここで止まれ。話がある。
いかがなされた。
この弓は数年前に長尾殿から賜ったものだ。
結構な弓です。
そうであろうとも。
He just whips out another
者がかような弓を引くなど考えるだに心が痛むわ。
それほどの品を私に。
早とちりをするでない。だがお主の腕次第で貸してやってもよい。戦の前に試しておくか。
Half bow. Here we go.
手前にある灯籠を狙ってみろ。
Aim for the lamp closest to us.
よし。次は奥の灯籠だ。左だぞ。
Uses 330 watts?
的が遠ければ矢は落ちると教えたろう。まずだ。さらに遠くの的ではどうかの。集中せんか。
Oh, you gotta aim it above it.
やはり早まったかの。
ご安心を。次は必ず。
How is it? Oh, you gotta arch it up?
手に馴染みます。
So the really far away ones is realistic. Though shooting in the game is like Battlefield then. Because the further out it is, the harder it is to hit the actual target. Jerry uses 330 watts. To me, that seems like a lot for that card. Because I would have thought that it would have been more like 280, 290 watts or something. Like, I thought it would be less power than what the 6900 XT used. Because it's basically, in my mind, it's like the same as the 1600 XT in terms of the shader count. It's the same number. It's 5,120 shaders, but it has the chiplet design, and it's the new RDNA 3 architecture.
私が入って門を開けます。あとは共に。
せいてはことを潜んじるという言葉があるぞ。
ではどうしろと。
まあ少し落ち着け。奴らは石膏を探しに兵を出すはずだ。門を開いた刹那に飛び込むぞ。
長引けばそれだけ巴殿が危うくなります。
心配は無用だ。戦場をよく見ろ。何か役に立つものはないか。
樽で痛手を与えられるやも。
やるかいはあるの。
Isn't it weird how enemy fortresses always have explosives like right outside the fort? Just out in the open.
松明を撃ち落とせば火花が飛びましょう。
Very convenient for the invaders.
火事を起こせるな。
騎兵の数が多い。
だが腕前はわしらが勝る。
I mean, the Mongols did have the composite bow. The Mongols were very good archers.
蜂の巣だ。いれば足止めになるやも。
針と矢で猛虎を穴だらけにする算段か。
Wasps.
門が開いたら敵を引きつけろ。矢の雨を降らせてやろう。
しかるの地に乗り込み、巴殿を救う。
よし、あとは待つのみ。
門が開きます。
わしの合図を待て。
Okay. Oh, I can shoot this thing.
まだだぞ。今だ。奴らをメイドへ送ってやれ。
What? That shot so many things. Who's shooting from where? Oh, I see. Okay. Where's the...
まずだな。
中にも敵が。
すぐに消す。そして巴だ。Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, there's one on the roof. There's a bunch on the roof. Oh boy. This is so weird.
That roll that I unlocked, like, really actually makes me kind of, like, get too much distance on the enemy, actually. The leader was killed. Kill or observe more leaders to unlock water stance. They've got the high ground. I'm not holding down my arrow. I'm not charging it up long enough. I don't have any arrows. How do I get up on top of this building? I don't have any arrows. Okay, I think that's everybody.
縛られ矢の的にされたか。
巴は待て、これは巴のもの。辺りを調べろ。誰かが住んでおったようだ。
女子の衣服。
巴のものだ。
釈放されていたのか。なぜだ。
Oh, this is that classic Mongol Empire thing. Spire.
もうこの矢ではない。
これは巴の矢だ。
確かですか。
鹿の角の矢はずはわしが教えた。海わしの矢羽もな。
弓を奪われたのでしょうか。
それにしては狙いが正確。もうこの兵なんぞにできぬ芸当だ。
巴に弓を使わせたのか。巻物。猛虎の言葉で弓について書かれている。あなたの名もここに。
わしの教えを猛虎に売ったということか。 聞こえたか？
島のものです。
寒い。
女を探しておる。弓取りだ。
俺と同じ檻にいた女です。でも奴は解放され弓を受け取ると女房を殺しやがった。他の奴らも。
あのムクロ、
己の腕を敵に売り込み寝返りおったか。
頼む。痛えよ。死にたくない。
長いは無用。行くぞ。
So we have to follow the wind.
こうしておれば
なんと
自由を得るため巴は敵についたのだ。
なぜそのような。先生、
わしが追い詰めたのだ。
追い詰めた。ご説明を。先生、お答えください。
わしを襲ったのは賊ではない、巴だ。
なぜ？
武士の本懐を理解しておらぬからだ。
あなたのせいで寝返ったのでは。
己に何がわかる。
本意をお聞かせください。
わしの弓術を猛虎に奪われるわけにはいかぬ。
ならば止めねば。
お主の助太刀はいらぬ。
いや、いるはずです。勝利は人がもたらすもの、武具にあらず。
お主も立派に育ったな。巴を仕留めるぞ、わしのやり方でな。
そして叔父上の救出にお力添えを。
ああ、約束しよう。手はずを整えておく。時が来たら道場に来い。
我らだけでは勝てません。もっと味方を集めねば。
生きておるかは分からんが、足立政子殿を探せ。対馬随一の女武芸者だ。
Have to find Adachi? The Wandering Samurai, maximum health increased. New ghost weapon. Hey, Booger. What's going on? Kunai. RB to throw 2 kunai at nearby enemies, leaving them staggered. Do I have to learn this one? Oh, this is the first ghost weapon. Man, he's turning into a ninja. He's like becoming less and less the way of the samurai. The ghost weapons. Yeah, these are all like ninja. These are shinobi style things. Smoke bomb, black powder bomb, sticky bomb. These are all like ninja style. Like, wait, what? What? This samurai is learning to become a ninja. Focused hearing, assassination. Okay, I've got some skill points though. I can actually unlock some of this stuff. Safe landing. Roll just before landing to avoid damage from all but the highest of falls. Far hearing. Detect more distance. Briefly slow time while aiming to improve accuracy. After a successful standoff, one enemy will rush in and open themselves up to... Oh, this is the one where you can like chain attack. You can chain standoff attacks. I might actually get that one, to be honest. Throw 1 additional kunai. Could I also level up my stances? Okay. So yeah, all this stuff requires skill points. Deflection. This one you gotta be really good at pairing for that one to be worth getting. Wait. Perfect parries recover a small amount of health. Ooh, I kind of want to get that, actually. I haven't really been using this move. I wish I could refund this move. They're saying this game is optimized real good. Yeah, this game runs pretty well on, like, everything. Assuming you're playing at an appropriate resolution for your graphics card. I don't even think it's that optimization. I think a lot of people seem to forget that this is a PlayStation 4 game. So this game is easier to run than Horizon Forbidden West. I kind of want this. You know what? I'm just going to get this. Get the improved standoff. I want to do the standoff streak. Have someone rush in and just kill two enemies instead of 1 per standoff. Alright, where are we going? Yeah, this PC port's good. Well, no, I mean, all of the PlayStation first-party games that have come to PC have been very good. Look at the Spider-Man games. Spider-Man on PC runs real well. Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West, this game, Ratchet & Clank, Rift Apart. Like, all these games that are, like, first-party Sony titles have all run really well on PC. I mean, you gotta look at the publisher's reputation. That's the way I look at it. It's all about the reputation of the publisher and their track record. And Sony typically has a much better track record compared to, say, like Square Enix. Square Enix does not have a very good track record when it comes to PC ports. It's pretty much like a, I don't know, like a 2 out of 3 are usually okay. Where do I need to go? Oh, I can upgrade the bow. The sensei and the student? Oh, I'm supposed to go get her. Yeah, he said to go... He said... Oh, I can get a charm, though. I might actually do that first. Most PC ports that I have played have actually been pretty good. Like, I can't think of one that I have that is really bad. I guess the old Dark Souls, like Dark Souls 1, a golden bird. Wait, a golden bird?
先日くるくると回る鳥の群れを見つけて不意に行ってみたんです。 それは美しい場所で、時が過ぎるのを忘れるほど眺めておりました。
そうしたひとときは救いになるな。我らのような武士も戦の前には景色を楽しみ和歌を読むことがある。
和歌には戦に向けて心身を整える効果があるとか、本当でしょうか？
いかにも。だが武士でなくとも和歌は読めるぞ。
You don't have to be a warrior to benefit from poetry. Why would he assume that in the first place? Trying to figure out why that golden bird was leading me up here.
いつか穏やかな旅に出ようか。
The other game that came out this year that's very similar to this one is a game called Rise of the Ronin. I still need to finish that game. I actually... when I compare this game... That game and this game are the two that I would directly compare. Oh, I keep pressing the wrong button for some reason. This game takes place, I think, in the 1400s. That game takes place in the 1800s, so it's very, very different technology-wise. So that game is more like your Rurouni Kenshin time period, the Bakumatsu time period, whereas this one is the Mongolian Empire time period. So very, very different. Oh wait, we're back to this guy's place.
Sakai.
You're finally updating to AM5?
先生、巴の消息は？
Are you gonna be playing Dawn Trail next month? Or in July? Because technically, early access is like the very, very end of June.
覚えがあります。
いや、お主にはわからん。
The sensei and the student.
来い。
いずこへ？
弓の修練場、猛虎が鍛えておるらしい。おそらく巴もおるはず。
巴が恐れ知らずであれば良い味方になりましょう。
恐れ知らずは獣と同じ。
獣では弓を得得できません。
忘れることだ。味方になりはせん。
Wait, enemies can be won over?
敵は撃つより味方に引き込むのが得策。
それが猛虎のやり口だ。
いかにも止めなければ。
中山で捕虜が死んでおっただろう。あれは巴が殺めたものだ。初めてではなかろう。
何か事情があるのやも。
事情などあるものか。
You're on the M4? I guess we're doing a sub quest right now. I'm not even sure what I walked into. I just kind of walked into this quest. I thought he told me that I have to go find what's her name first before we attempt this.
You
have to climb. What are we going to do?
どうしたもたもたするな。
手を貸しますぞ。
Where'd he go? He's already over there? What?
まずまずの出来だ。
This guy's just teleported across the map. You're running 3700X?
いいよ。登れと言っただけだ。
6650XT?
お主の鍛錬にな。
Well, you can play this game. That system can play this game at 1080p. Just fine.
的の近くに足跡があるかもな。
的などどこに?
Software skipped AM4. Yeah, that's a massive upgrade though. Like if you skip AM4, that's like, what is that? Like 7 years, 7 years of upgrade that you just skipped. Wow. What were you running before? What were you running before? Now I'm really curious, like, were you running like a Z87 or a Z97 or something? Or AMD? Was it AMD's FX 8350? I mean, I have one of those. It's retired, but I have one. In fact, I was thinking of including the FX 8350 in that Final Fantasy 14 CPU benchmark video that I did. But when I saw how bad the old Haswell i7 did, I was like, yeah, I don't think we want to bring out... We're not going to waste time. We're not going to waste time with Vishera. Like, that's... old school Xeon. Okay. Okay, was that like an E25 or something? Like an E2500 or E2400? Like a... What is that? Like a Ivy Bridge or Haswell Xeon or something? So that would be sort of like Intel's old HEDT X99, I think, or if it was Sandy Bridge, it would be X79. Where am I supposed to? What does he want me to do? I guess I'm supposed to go down here. This game does scaling walls better than like every other game that has scaling walls. Except for maybe the Zelda games. Because Final Fantasy VII's is clunkier, Stellar Blades is clunky, even the Tomb Raider ones are slower than this game. The MSI mech. This is a trap? What's going on over here?
幾人の猛虎が稽古を積んだ人の首を的に見立てたのか。先生、猛虎です。
Whoa, 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 Mongols. Mongols. RB to throw a kunai? Oh, what? Whoa. Whoa.
"存分に休めましたか?"
立ちさばきを観察していたのだ。
猛虎がおるとご承知でした。
まあな。
伝えなかったわけは。
あれ式の敵に敗れるようでは巴には歯が立たぬからな。
これは戦だとお忘れですか。
戦を解かれる筋合いはない。
Yeah, I was gonna say, if that CPU was like a 3900X or a 3950X, That would be very easy to sell right now because of all the CPU mining. There's so many people out there that are CPU mining that are looking for any Ryzen 9. Like ideally the 16 core is what they want, like a 3950X, but the 3900X is also still really good. So those are the ones that everyone's looking for. So like just kind of a PSA for those that have older systems, like if you have an older, either a 3900X, 3950X, 5900X, 5950X, all of those CPUs are really, really in demand right now, especially on the used market because the CPU mining is very popular right now. If it wasn't for CPU, let's put it this way. If it wasn't for CPU mining being a thing right now, it would be very hard to buy graphics cards right now. Because it would literally be just like it was in 2021. Because crypto is back with a vengeance. It's just we're not noticing the effect because it's all about CPU mining this time around.
ここに足跡が10人かそれ以上。
あとを追え。
He wants me to follow the trail.
お前を見つけてもたじろぐな。うかうかしておったら死ぬぞ。
次こそ弓をお使いに。
あやつがいればな。
いなかったら。
Oh, how much? You see a difference in the 6000 and 6400?
無論です。
よくぞ申した。
You won't really see that much of a difference. Basically, you see good scaling until around 6000, then it stops, and then you don't really see much scaling until you hit 8,000. 8,000 is where things change and it starts scaling again. Because, well, we don't need to dive into that, but I've done lots of videos recently on that subject. But yeah, 6,000 and 8,000 are kind of the magic numbers for RAM. But in 6,000 is way more easily accessible. It's much cheaper. It's easier to set up. 8,000, you need a good motherboard for it to work. But for most CPUs, it'll work. Like, it's actually very easy to do 8,000 on AMD. But again, it costs more money, and it's not that much faster. Like, your minimums, on average, your minimum FPS goes up by 5%, and your average FPS goes about 2 to 3%, going from 6,000 to 8,000. So that's why most people will say it's not really worth it. You can get 5800X3D better than all Intel CPUs. I wouldn't say that it's better than Intel CPUs. In what way is it better than Intel CPUs? In some games, yes, but I wouldn't say that it's better than all of them. No, I wouldn't agree with that. The Intel CPUs are not bad. They're not as efficient, so they use more electricity. And especially now with the recent news regarding instability due to being too heavily overvolted and overclocked out of the factory that they, like in the stock with all the motherboards, now it's starting to show like they had to really push those CPUs to be competitive with AMD. So, yeah. But the 5800X3D is still really good though. Like 5800X3D is like the perfect CPU for somebody who plays a lot of MMOs, because that X3D stuff is really, really good. Like, I remember when that CPU first came out, Star Citizen, benchmarking Star Citizen with the 5800X3D, that was like the first CPU that could actually do 60 FPS.
民を的に弓の稽古とは。
何の罪があるというのだ。
So she basically joined the dark side. She's trained them the ways of the Jedi, so that she basically becomes Sith. All right. What the? Oh, what? I'm just gonna go in. I'm going in guns blazing. Let's go. Oh, wait, what? Rescuing hostages. They will start executing their prisoners. Hostages were killed. Uh-oh. Okay, so you cannot let the hostages die. We're playing Counter-Strike all of a sudden. Counter-terrorists win. Well, in that case, terrorists win. Alright, here we go. So am I supposed to stealth? Am I supposed to go in and stealth, or am I supposed to go in and, like... What does he want me to do? I guess he wants me to stealth. Oh, okay.
Huge fish water. Pinbot Yahoo.
Uh-oh, okay, I messed up. I thought that guy wasn't gonna do this. Leader's killed. Counter-terrorist win. Who else? Who else? I'm listening for Mongol. If I hear Mongols talking, I can tell the difference. Because I can't understand anything the Mongols are saying. I can understand some of what the Japanese are saying, but I cannot understand the Mongols at all. Like I don't know. It's cool how I like how this game has them speaking in their native languages, because I guess if I were to play the audio with the English dub, would the Mongolian voices still be voiced in the Mongol language? Okay, this guy bugged out. Maybe I should turn on the English voiceovers to hear, like, do the Mongols still speak in Mongol? A Mongolian language, or do they speak in English? Then it'd be really weird. You know what I mean? If we turn the English dub on, you like lose the Japanese audio, but then you still have the Mongolian audio. I mean, that makes sense. Because you're not supposed to be able to understand what they're saying. Alright, we'll rescue those guys. Oh, I already have all my arrows again?
Gedoに技を授けてしまったか。
巴は猛虎を指揮していたそうです。日吉の湯の名も出したとか。
よからぬことを始める気だ。
You're looking at 5700X3D?
酒井。
It's 209.
お主の平日。志村やわしの教えではない。
5700X3D is very good. If you got an AM4 motherboard, that's a very easy upgrade.
倒すことを優先したまで。
武士は守りてぞ。不意打ちは野党のすること。
菰田を知らぬゆえ。
水ともわかるわ。地獄であったであろう。だが次の外道を育てる気はないぞ。
いかにも外道は一人で十分。
巴が日吉の湯を狙っておるなら備えなければならぬ。よいな。では道場で会おう。
Okay, so we still have not found the traitor. Well, I did get a charm though. Why acquired a new weapon? I mean, haven't I had... Oh, he let me keep it this time. Charm of Efficiency. 15% increase to knocking and reload speeds. Yeah, the game looks good. I mean, the Sucker Punch, their games have always looked good, though. And we're playing this at 4K native. Even though the stream is only 1440p, it's because 4K streaming in 4K 60 requires so much bandwidth that I don't know if... I don't know. I just don't know if it'd be viewable because it would require, like, an enormous amount of download rate for the viewers, and it would require a huge amount of upload on my end. But yeah, the game is being played at 4K native. We're not using any upscalers. We're not using any, like, there's no FSR, there's no DLSS, there's no... It's all in the game, but I'm not using any of that stuff because I don't need it. I probably shouldn't walk over a wasp nest. That would be a bad idea. You'd be able to watch, but I don't know if everyone else will be able to watch. So that's the thing. You don't want to, like, the problem with streaming is you don't want it so that only the people with the best internet can watch. Because then you're not going to have that many viewers, right? Because all the people that are watching on, like, mobile devices or phones or whatever, like, they're not going to be able to watch. Or they're not going to be able to watch at the native resolution. They'll be able to watch at, like, you know, 480p or whatever. I gotta follow this gold bird. Where's it going? How do I... Oh, I can upgrade. Oh, I don't have the stuff.
稲荷の神が守ってくださる。俺が生まれた日、母上が蛍を追う狐を見たそうだ。
狐はお稲荷様のお使いと言われてますからね。見かけたら追いかけるのが吉でしょう。
そうしよう。
This game also has like a Kurosawa, like black and white mode, like it's supposed to be some kind of samurai movie mode. I wanted to see, how do I turn that on? There's a way to turn that on. Is it display? Where is it? Visual, here it is. Kurosawa mode on, yeah. Let's see. Whoa, what? It even has the film grain. It adds film grain. This is on the normal streaming PC. So I'm streaming on the regular one that I use for the weekly show. So this is on a 7950X with a 7900 XTX. This is the Sapphire Nitro with 96 gigabytes of DDR5 at 6,000. I think it's 6,000. It's either 6,400 or 6,000. I'm pretty sure it's 6,000 year one. Man, this is weird. Why did they change the audio though? Like it even makes the audio's got that sound. I didn't think the audio would be like this. It says 6,400. Yeah, but I think I'm running the RAM at 6,000. I did run it at 6,400 for a long time, but recently I went back and I tried Gear 1, 6,000. I might actually change it back. It's because I've been doing so many videos regarding DDR5 recently. Like 6,000, 8,000.
お探しのものへと誘う力があると言われています。それはお主が持っている。猛虎が怖くて私は動けません。もし道すがら花を見つけたらここに持ってきてもらえますか。いろいろ染め直しますよ。覚えておこう。助かった。
This is interesting. You can actually play the entire game like this. With the film grain and the weird audio. Okay, I gotta get rid of this film grain. Like, all the swords look the same because they all have the same color. We gotta turn this thing off. There we go. Oh wait, it changed my outfit? It's got armor loadouts? I got the Traveler's attire now. The Archery Master. The Hero of Tsushima. And the Broken Armor. Alright, we're going Traveler. We're going Traveler, like in Genshin Impact. He's got a Harry Potter cape. I got a cape from like Hogwarts Legacy now. What?
Sakai様、お助けください。アザモの酒蔵が大変なんです。対馬一の酒蔵のことだな。初めて飲んだ酒の味はよく覚えておる。このままでは人が去り、猛虎に全て奪われてしまいます。様子を見に行ってみよう。
The value of sake. Oh. Oh, there's 3 zones. Okay. Izuhara, Toyotama, Kamigata. So there's 3. So the whole island consists of 3 different explored zones. That's cool. There's actually a lot. Man, this game, see, Rise of the Ronin kind of disappointed me. That game was a little bit underwhelming. I feel like Team Ninja, their older games are actually better, which is weird because I know they put a lot of effort into that game. But that game, compared to this game, that game looks like worse. Like this game looks significantly better, and it's a game from 2020. That game, now I know it's not all about graphics because I actually prefer the gameplay of Rise of the Ronin over this game because I like Team Ninja's fast-paced action. This game makes me feel like I'm playing either Batman or It's like a mix between Batman and For Honor. It's like those two games in terms of the combat system and how it works, and then it has like the whole open world exploration stuff that all these games want to do nowadays. Whereas Rise of the Ronin has, it's kind of like a watered, well, I don't know, I don't think I've played enough of it to see the full extent of the combat system. But that game has better combat, as far as I'm concerned. Although this game's combat is good, that's a subjective statement, but I think that this game just plays differently. That game is all in your face, hardcore action like Ninja Gaiden and Neo. It's a lot like those. This game gives you more time to react and strategize, whereas that game, you just act on instinct. And you basically, you have to be a Jedi in that game. Like 100%, you have to be a Sith or a Jedi. You just straight up act on instinct. And reflexes. It's all about reflexes and reaction time and being really good at chaining combos. Does this game have ray tracing? No, it does not have any ray tracing. It's a PlayStation port. It's not going to have ray tracing. It's a PS4 game, for one thing. Alright, where am I going? I gotta figure out where I'm going. Oh, 3 of 9. That quest line has 9 different things. Let's rescue her. I want that Samurai Clan armor. Yeah, not all games really need RT. If they do their light maps and their lighting really, really well, they don't really need it. Like, Horizon Forbidden West is another game that doesn't need ray tracing. This game's like Red Dead Redemption. Wait, what's this? Huh? Wasn't Red Dead Redemption made by the same people that made... Whoops. I don't want to go there. Hold on. I never played Red Dead Redemption. Either the first one or the second one. Oh, Rockstar. Oh, a bird. What is going on here?
Jin. 勇気を持って敵を見据える。巨に乗ずるは臆病の印。
お許しを、おじゅ。
Oh man, he's just assassinating all of them.
Perdu duel. Güç bir şikayet.
What? I didn't think he was gonna do that. He just randomly like assassinated someone that's down on the low ground. Did that guy die? Oh, no, he's still alive. Oh man. Okay, this game's cool. Wait, why did I jump all the way down there? They were just like shooting at these people? Like what?
矢が止まった。終わったぞ。家族が待っておる。ありがとうございます。もう渡ってよいぞ。
What's over here? Is this the Golden Village? This is a Mongol stronghold. Oh, it's a Mongol stronghold. Alright. Alright, let's see how many we've got.
Samurai.
Stand-up streak. Oh, there's linen over here. It's like Sekiro, only like way easier. That's how it seems to me. You would. What were they doing over here? Like they were cutting all these trees down. Survivor camp? This is different from the one I was at earlier, right? Oh, this is a new one. Still don't have any of these things.
恐れながら数が足りませんね。また頼むぞ。あなたの役立つものばかりです。
Oh, I don't know if it's possible to wield other types of weapons besides the sword and the bow. Like I wonder if he can wield like a naginata or a spear.
あなたもご加勢なさるのですか。
何のことだ。
猛虎に抗うため、朝物氷に人が集まっているそうです。
さような勇ましい民がおるとは心強い。 だが少し気がかりだ。様子を見てこよう。
戦が終わったら亡くなった人のために歌を作ろうかね。
Wait, I can ride these other horses?
お手伝いできることは？
すべて燃やされちゃう。
かけろ！
Fox den. You gotta follow the fox. The FPS is around like 70. It's usually like from anywhere from like 62 to 76. That's what I've seen. What? Oops. Inari shrines needed to earn minor charm slot. I have a feeling you can equip a lot of charms. Yeah, and this is without any upscaling. There's a house over there, but that's not the one where I need to go. Wait, the horse couldn't get up there? Is it worth getting? Is this worth getting if you finished it on PS4 Pro years ago? It really just depends on how much you like the game. In my case, I never played it on the PlayStation 4, but I did get the PlayStation 5 version of the game. But I never finished it on the PlayStation 5. I think I played like 5 hours in. In fact, I think I may have covered more ground in this one playthrough than I did in the entire time that I played it on the PlayStation 5. I guess I have to abandon my horse to get over the mountain and then re-summon the horse. That's kind of weird, but that's what I have to do. Yeah, it depends on how much you like the game, if you really want to play it again. But because I never finished it, I'm like, okay, this is kind of the best way to play the game, so might as well. Man, look at all those the Mongol Navy out there on the horizon. Well, let me manually save here. Okay, what I'll do here, I'm gonna open up, see if Afterburner shows up on here for this game. So you guys can see the frame rate, because the, Oh, you can see the sun rising. Why is it not coming up? Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Okay. Okay, so now you guys can see the afterburner. Now you can see. So like I was saying, it's like... It fluctuates from like 60 to 80. It's in that range. See right now, 71, 73. Hold on. This isn't even the right... Wait a minute. It's not showing you guys the right stuff because I never changed afterburner on this PC. Hold on. GPU. That's actually the wrong GPU. This is why most people, they don't even bother changing the name of these, because every time you swap GPUs, it messes up the thing. Because this is not an RTX 4080 Super. Wait a minute, this isn't even showing the right thing. Oh, you know what it's doing? Anything that says RTX 4080 Super is the integrated graphics on the Ryzen CPU. That's GPU 2, so that's showing the wrong... Okay, now I know what's happening. I should have never even changed the name then. Should have kept that RTX 4080 Super. Just change that back. Okay, what we'll do, we gotta put this thing, GPU 1, GPU 1. GPU 2 does not need to be shown. That's what's the problem is. Okay, get rid of all of this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. It's all wrong. Okay, no, there's still something still there. GPU 2, core clock. There. Okay, now, well, it's not, it's still showing something wrong. GPU 1. GPU 1 utilization is not showing up. Where is it? Oh, there it is. There. And the memory's wrong. The VRAM is also wrong. There. There we go. That's correct. Do you use FPS monitor? It recognizes what you have and don't have to change it every time. What is it? I've never heard of FPS monitor. I need to look into that. Okay. This is it. Now it's correct. It's an RX 7900 XTX. And is there something else that's not... Why is there... Oh, the temperature is not showing. That's what's not showing. There we go. Okay. There. I don't normally use this computer to benchmark GPUs. That's the reason why. Like one time I set it up with the 4080 Super back in February, and then since then I have removed that GPU and gone back to the Sapphire Nitro because I realized at 4K the XTX is actually quite a bit better at 4K than the 4080. We need to follow the wind. What do you think, 7800 XT or 7900 GRE? Because they're not... 7900 GRE, 100%. That GPU is the best value for money right now. Like, there's no other GPU on the market that can beat the 7900 GRE. Like, hands down. Wait, what the heck? A bear? Oh no, wild boar. I guess I could have hunted them. Wait, hold on a second. Can I hunt stuff? Doesn't even give me anything. I thought I needed to hunt animals for plane hides in order to craft leather and stuff. And to upgrade my arrows. But apparently that's not the right animal. Yeah, 7900 GRE is definitely the way to go. If that GPU didn't exist, then yeah, the 7800 XT. Because, like, the fact that that GPU is in the $500 range is insanely good value. Considering you can overclock that GPU and get very close to the 7900 XT. What you saw was probably just the thing that's in the air. No, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. Oh wait, that's a wasp nest. What is this? Oh wow, they just killed people like this. Which will come out first? AMD 9000 or AMD 9000? AMD 9000 is the first thing that we're gonna see. The Zen 5 CPUs are the first thing to launch this year out of all the new things. So we'll get new CPUs before anything else. 5090 is Q4, so that'll be toward the end of the year. The AMD Ryzen CPUs are probably in Q3. I would be very surprised if those CPUs slip into Q4. Most likely it's going to be in August. I'm guessing at this point Ryzen 9000 is going to be sometime in August. I want to say it would be July, but I don't know. The way I think about it is AMD might do August because you have to think about when Zen 4 launched. Zen 4 launched in September of 2022. So if they wait until September, that is literally 2 years, which they could do that. They could literally wait until September and make it a full 2 years, 24-month upgrade cycle if they wanted to do that. But remember, September is still Q3, so it'll still be a Q3 launch. X3D, I have no idea. X3D might be next year, actually. I'm thinking X3D might be Q1 of next year. So here's the thing. X3D could be at the very, very end of the year. Like, and when I say very, very end, I mean December. At the absolute earliest. I highly doubt that we're going to see X3D 9000 this year, though. I really think that's a 2025 product. Because think about when X3D came out for Zen 4. X3D was a 2023 product. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was a Q1. It was February for the Ryzen 9 X3D. And it was April for the Ryzen 7 X3D. Now, that doesn't mean that AMD is going to repeat the exact same thing. I don't think they're going to do that. I think if they launch X3D, it's a Q1 launch for next year. I don't think we're gonna see it this year. I would be very surprised if we see X3D this year. Like, that would be shocking.
政子殿、足立家のご一族、誰かおりませぬか。政子殿、酒井です。何者かが押し入ったか。なぎなた、足立家の女のものだな。家族を守ろうとしたのか。窓から子供を逃がそうとしたようだ。荒らされているが争った様子はない。
Ooh, I finally found some leather. I've been looking for that. Yeah, but not. I think what's gonna happen is let's put it this way: we're so close to Computex. We will know more when Computex shows up. I'm just checking my calendar here. I'm gonna mark this. I'm gonna block this off. Because for some reason, I didn't do that on this computer. I don't normally use this computer for a lot of, like, work stuff. Because this is mostly still just for, like, live streaming and then occasionally gaming like this. Actually, this is the computer that I do use for PlayStation 5. That is true. So if I'm gaming on this machine, it's usually to showcase the game on an AMD GPU, like this. In this case, we're doing an XTX, or PlayStation 5, because this computer has my capture card in it. I've got an AverMedia Live Gamer 4K in here, and that is hooked up to my PlayStation 5. So anytime you guys see me showcasing a PS5 game, like for example, we did Stellar Blade a couple of weeks ago, that was from this computer. So this is what I refer to as the live stream computer. This computer is used primarily for streaming and, I guess, showcasing... What the... Wait, these guys were speaking in Japanese? Do I really want to kill them? Who were they? Yeah, I was gonna say, these guys were speaking in Japanese. I was like, what is this? These aren't Mongols? Why do I didn't want to kill them. End suffering? Well, I could just search him and I'll just whatever. Hold up. The lens flare effect is very much like Hogwarts Legacy's lens flare effect. Is really strong. Sometimes it's a little bit disorientating because it's too bright. There's too many shifts from light to dark.
馬屋は空だ。誰かが奪ったか。乾いた血。
But yeah, we'll know in literally 2.5 weeks. We'll have a much better understanding of when to expect Zen 5. Because I think if AMD is going to be strategic, it's in their best interest to launch Zen 5 in Q3, not Q4. They could do Q4, but I don't think that's a good idea. For a lot of reasons. But it also has to do with their supply of their existing Zen 4 CPUs. Because you're going to have... The problem is, like, okay, you guys do realize Intel discontinued 13th gen, right? Like, there's no more 13th gen. 13th gen is now, as of now, it's EOL. It's end of life. Well, okay, not all of them. The K SKUs. So the 13900K, the 13700K, the 13600K, all of those are EOL, end of life. So they're gone. Like, they don't make those anymore. And the reason why they did that is because 14th gen is literally copy-paste 13th gen. So it's not like Raptor Lake is gone. It's just 14 only. So what's really interesting is 12th gen Alder Lake is still manufactured. It's still on the market. Intel did not EOL Alder Lake, which means now Intel's CPU lineup is 12th gen or 14th gen. That's it. There's no 13th gen anymore. So those are the options for Intel for the desktop space for now. But I think what's going to happen for Intel is the Core Ultra is going to come out in Q4. So if strategically, AMD would want to launch in Q3. They want to have that first mover advantage, just like Xbox when they launched the Xbox 360 a year ahead of the PlayStation 3. And they had a full year of exclusivity. So like AMD really should get like a 90-day window in front of 15th gen. Now, and that's the reason why I don't expect X3D to come out until next year, because there's really no reason to do that. And they have to burn the supply of the Zen 4 CPUs that are still on the market. So you gotta sell through what you already have. You don't wanna like... This is the reason why it took so long to see the 7800 XT last year, is because they had way too much RDNA 2 stock that they had to sell through. It's the same way with NVIDIA's 40 series. The RTX 4060 Ti, the 4060, the 4070, those cards took longer to come out because they had so much 30 series that they had to sell through. You've given up Intel completely? Well, you can use air cooling on Intel. I mean, it's not going to perform as well when it's on air. Like, it'll thermal throttle a lot faster. But... yeah, you can... I mean, I'm using an air cooler on Intel. So, like... okay, I'll tell you guys right now. I mean, you guys may have seen my videos. So, I have a Noctua air cooler on this Ryzen 9 7950X. This is the very CPU that we're streaming on right now. The 750X 16-core. This is using a Noctua NHD15 air cooler. Now, this thing... Intel 13900K, same exact cooler on this thing. I don't care what people say. I'm going to put air. I don't want water. It's going to be air. So guess what? It gets thermal throttled and it basically doesn't perform. Like, you guys know what my Cinebench score is on a 13900K? It's like 32,000 points. You know what it is on one of these? It's like 37,000 points. So the difference is like 5K in multi-thread. So it's like, yeah, that's the problem when you use air coolers on a CPU that's very power hungry. Because I refuse to use a liquid cooler. I'm not going to be forced to use a liquid cooler. I'll just make it work with the air cooler. Now, it won't work as well as it could, but that's too bad. So yeah, that's why from a practicality standpoint, the AMD CPUs make a lot more sense. But here's the thing, guys. We have no idea what what Arrow Lake is going to do. That's the reason why, the way I see it, it's going to be Zen 5, followed by Intel's Core Ultra, then Zen 5 X3D. I think it's going to be that, in that order. That's what I expect. But yeah, I agree. I don't like liquid cooling myself. Too many different points of failure. The pump could fail. Over time, the water perforates through and evaporates, so you lose the efficiency of the cooler. You know, there's just too many things. The fans, the whole thing uses more power than an air cooler. It's just, yeah, I don't know. It's not that I'll never use liquid coolers. In fact, I have one liquid cooler right now on a 7800X3D, which is hilarious when you think about it. I'm using a big 360 AIO on a 7800X3D, and I've got an air cooler on the 7950X3D and the 7950X and the Intel 1300K. So it's like all the big high core count CPUs are using air coolers. The little guy with the 8 core 16 thread, that's using a massive 360 millimeter radiator AIO. Ooh, another fox den. It's funny, I've definitely accomplished way more in this playthrough than on my PlayStation 5 playthrough. I've already, like... Because at first I was like, man, I can't import my save. That's annoying. Doesn't really matter, because it's like apparently I didn't accomplish much in that gameplay either. I need one more. Need to figure out where... Oh.
Koi!
Oh, I guess I was going in the wrong direction. I think I'm supposed to go this way. Someone took the horses?
Hizme no ato, nigeta mono ga ita no ka, otte miyou. 足跡、追っ手がいたようだ。
There's arrows also here.
旧兵に狙われたのか。この乗り手、巧みに矢を避けておる。
Yeah, the one thing though about the X3D though, man, the efficiency of the X3D cannot be beaten. Like those CPUs, man. Like, okay, you guys can see right here the power consumption on the CPU is like 100 watts right now playing this game. Now keep in mind we are also streaming, so it's going to be a little bit higher than it would be if I was just playing the game by itself. And the GPU is pulling about anywhere from 330 to 356 watts or so, in that range. So, if this was the X3D, because I have streamed on the X3D in the past, and we'll probably showcase the X3D in this game in a future live stream real soon, it would be like 50 watts, 50 to 60 watts. So it would be like half. And that's a 7950 X3D, I might add. That is also a 16-core CPU. But that one, it's using like half the power of the 7950X, the standard one. And the temperatures on that one would be like 55 to 60 degrees. So it would be significantly less energy, and it would run a lot colder. And that CPU is on an air cooler that's not as good as the air cooler that this one is on. This one is on a Noctua NHD 15. My 7950 X3D is on a Deep Cool AK620. So it's not that much worse, but it is not as good as this air cooler. It has smaller fans, and it has a smaller footprint. And it doesn't weigh as much. So this one's got more thermal mass in terms of how much heat it can absorb and dissipate. But yeah, yeah. So just stick an air cooler on there, and that's it. That's all I gotta do. Do you use all cores or 8 cores on the 7950 X3D? I mean, I use all the cores. Why would I not use all the cores? Of course I use all the cores. Are you asking if I disable cores? I don't disable any cores.
死んで数日。政子殿、私です。
お主は堺家の菰田の生き残りはおらぬと聞いていたが、夫は
武名に恥じぬ見事なお働きでしたが、討ち死にを。
さようか。なぜここへ？
叔父上が囚われの身に。手を結びましょう。私は叔父上を、そちらは敵を。
足立家はもう終わりだ。対馬の者が手にかけおった。
裏切り。
Why'd she say that the clan's dead?
己を守る
The
侍を
subtitle says the
なぜ
clan's dead, but she said in Japanese that the clan. Well, okay, she said finish.
助太刀いたす。
So I guess it's
い
the
らぬ。
same.
我らの争いに余計な首を突っ込むな。
対馬の武家は相見たがい。私も残された者の痛みは知っております。
お主まで死んでは申し訳が立たぬ。
死にませぬ。
ついてこい。
Some people just use the X3D cores. Well, yeah, the scheduler pushes the game onto the X3D cores. But that doesn't mean that you're gonna turn off the cores. Like, the other cores will still be there in the background. I mean, that to me, like, disabling cores Disabling cores on a high core count CPU like that, to me, that's like disabling. I mean, like, if somebody does that, why didn't they just buy the lower core count CPU? You know what I mean? Like, instead of paying a lot of money for a 7950X3D and then turning off like half the cores, why not just buy a 7800X3D then and save money? Like that, I don't understand. I might need to do another, like, I was looking at some of my videos. The optimization video that I did is pretty old now. I need to make a new one. And I think I want to make a video specifically about the 7950X3D. Because I feel like there's a lot of misunderstanding of how that CPU works. The one optimization guide, overclocking / whatever video that I did, that was for the 750X3D, but a lot of the comments, a lot of the views are questions pertaining to the 7800X3D, so I might actually make 2 different videos.
必死に助けようとしたが、皆死角から逃げきれず道端で切り殺された。姉も孫すらも赤子もいたのだ。まだ生まれたばかりの母と子と私がこの手で埋めたのだ。
あるまじきことです。
姉も亡き夫と共に眠りたいはず、北の地で。なれど今は足立の墓に。
You watch another has 750X 3D and it says what? Task Manager says 8 out of 16. What does it mean? It says 8 out of 16. It would say the number of cores that the CPU has. Like at the top, it'll say like 16 core processor is what it'll say.
Oneで
はない。視覚が生きておる。
視覚に見覚えは
ない。よその百姓だろう。
百姓が武士の館を襲うとは。
ただの賊ではなかった。何者かが我が領地を狙ったもの。
What, at the bottom right? At the bottom right. Oh, well, if they have 8 out of 16 that they turned off, they literally went into the BIOS and they disabled half of the cores. They basically turned off one of the CCDs. Yeah, no, it should say 16, because I'm looking at mine right now. Cores, 16. Logical processors, 32. That's what it would say on a normal 7950X3D. I mean, that's what it says on mine. I mean, this is not the 7950X3D, but I literally have the 7950X3D in the computer right next to me over there, and I can go look, and I can tell you it's 16 out of 32.
お主一人で行ってくれ。草原という僧を探し、足立家の顛末を伝えてほしい。
If somebody's doing that, then that means they literally went into their BIOS and they turned off one CCD.
草原と話したら、甲冑師を見つけろ。
To me, there's no point doing that. That's a waste of money.
かたじけない。では。
私は寺の裏口で待っておる。
So now we're gonna fight Japanese people. Oh wait, no, what is this? Oh, this is Golden Temple.
お達者のようで。
住職殿か。
その実は下男と何ら変わりませんよ。私は純真と申します。この寺が民の助けになればと。
広めておこう。
寺まで赴けない者は有明の野営へ。 少ないですが食べ物も備えました。
ありがたい。時に僧を探しておってな。草原という名だ。
境内を吐いておるはずです。
かたじけない。民を頼むぞ。
酒井様、
無事であったか。長尾家の下男の権次郎と言ったな。長尾殿のことは無念であった。
俺のようなもののことを覚えてくださったんですね。あなたのおかげで大勢が助かってます。
戦はまだ始まったばかりだぞ。
だから俺もお手伝いしたいんです。みんなで使えそうなものを集めました。どうぞお受け取りください。
これは助かるな。皆に礼を伝えてくれ。
他に役に立ちそうなものがあれば、あなたの立ち寄りそうなところに置いておきますね。対馬をどうぞお守りください。
本当にお侍様だったのか。見た目はそうだ。それだけじゃわからないだろう。侍の鎧を奪った野党かも。どこのバカが侍ごっこなんかする。戦い方も心得てた。本物だったらいいな。一人で5人の猛虎兵を倒してたんだ。
酒井様、
病人を癒すためにある薬師が向かっているのですが、間に合うかどうか。
病人はどこだ。
野営にいる流民です。病に侵され救いの手を待ちわびています。
もうこの手は筒まで伸びておるな。街道も危ういはずだ。その薬師を守ってやらねば。草原か。
さようです。
酒井と申す。
お侍。何用で。
政子殿からことづてだ。足立家の親方が襲われて他の者は死んだと。
猛虎が。
いや、裏切りだそうだ。
おいたわしや。
戦支度をした奴らが寺に来なかったか。
そのような覚えは。勤めに忙しくしておりますゆえ。政子様ならば喜んでこの寺にかくまいましょ
う。手間を取らせたな。
めっそうもない。
That guy looks like a monk.
甲
Might be an
冑師を探す
Iko-Iki.
か。
I don't know if the Iko-Iki existed this far back in history. They were probably more like Sengoku era. I don't know what this era is considered in Japan's history. Like, cause the Mongol invasion I think was before Sengoku. Sengoku was like what, 1500s, 1600s. This was more like 1300s, 1400s. So this was like right before it.
あんなことして猛虎どもは地獄行きですよ。金さんの高麗はすでに下った。次は対馬。弓の修繕をいたしましょうか。
弓を強くいたしましょうか。
Oh, I can actually get this upgraded? Well, before I do that, I want to make sure, like, if I can upgrade my sword, I'd rather upgrade the sword. I need to find a blacksmith.
酒井様、ご無事で。
たとえ猛虎が相手でも志村さん。
太刀についてのご用があればお役に立ちましょ
う。Wait, I've got two swords? Sakai, oh, the short blade.
酒井様、十分な素材をお持ちください。
Okay. So I need iron and steel and the supplies. Does he sell any of that stuff? He doesn't sell that.
またいつでもお越しください。
Well, in that case, I will upgrade the bow.
美しい弓をお持ちでいらっしゃいますね。これでハヤブサをも落とす一夜を放てるでしょう。 見で猛虎を懲らしめて貴様の受けた仕打ちは人ができることじゃない。
I got 10 iron. Visit any swordsmith to upgrade. Oh, okay. The gift had things. The gift had 10 iron.
ご無事で。もし太刀のお手入れをいたしませんか。きっとお気に召します。酒井様、十分な素材をお持ちください。その太刀が錆を知りません。
鎧を仕立て直しましょうか。
政子殿の使いだ。お主が足立家の鎧を直しておると聞いた。
さようです。誠に素晴らしい鎧でございました。取ってまいります。
Ooh, I got new armor.
よくお似合いでございますよ。島に2つとないものです。大事になさってください。もしもお気に召さないことがあればいつでも直しましょう。その際は素材をお持ちください。
助かった。
I guess this one actually matches that one a little bit better. They do the same damage, right? Oh, okay, so it's like a skin. It's just a skin. Okay, that's good. Use this one. Oh, that's Legends mode. Yeah, the game does actually have. I think it has multiplayer. And for that, you have to link the PlayStation Network account to the Steam account or the Epic Games account, depending on where you got the game, if you want to access the multiplayer. I think that's it. Yeah, this game is good. It makes me wonder, like, what was Game of the Year 2020? Because this game came out in 2020, and when I think of Game of the Year of 2020, I think of Genshin Impact. Now, I don't think that game won, but that's the game that I think of when I think of 2020. Not this. We're working on what exactly? Oh. Man, there were people that were literally burnt. We're gonna take a quick break and then I'll be back, and then we'll probably play another 20 minutes or so, and then that's probably gonna be it. The Last of Us Part 2 was Game of the Year. That game... See, the fact that I can't even think of that game, like, I couldn't even remember that it came out that year, tells you that game should not have won Game of the Year. That should not have won Game of the Year. Genshin Impact should have won Game of the Year, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, even this probably should have beat Last of Us Part 2. Was Last of Us Part 2 really that good? The remaster came out in January of this year. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to talk to what's her name?
鎧は得たな。
良い具合です。
それは私の長男、重里のもの。
かたじけない。そうと話しました。
何と言っておった。
喜んで寺でかくまうと。
そうして居所を敵に漏らすわけか。ついてこい。
襲撃の陰に草原がいると。
刺客が来る前に奴が館を訪ねてきた。あの坊主は石膏なのであろう。
そうと決まったわけでは。
ああ、だが疑いたくもなるさ。奴は秋の初めに神館から突然やってきたのだ。
もうこの噂が流れ始めた頃。
だが足立の所領はそうやすやすとは奪えぬ。
そこで戦に乗じた。
あの坊主抜け抜けと。
草原め、急いでおれ。
まるで巣へ戻る狼よ。ここからはしゃがめ。
Oh, I'm losing my target? Where is he? Oh.
私を利用しましたな。
恐怖心を煽って尻尾を出させたまで。おかげで住処に向かっておるぞ。
こちらへ見られぬように。走り出しました。
行くぞ。
隠れましょう。
Some Splinter Cell action? Or Metal Gear Solid. Oh wait, he's going over here.
近づきましょう。
こっちだ。
まさかお前生きておる。武士を連れておるぞ。
館で仲間を殺した武士だろうな。
アホどもめ、わしの肩入れが筒抜けだ。見つけ出してこい。声を抑えてくれ。わしは中で休む。奴らを殺すまで戻るな。
あやつらが一族の仇。坊主は生かせ、他は殺す。
She just said that so loud.
さあ、侍の技とやる。我が一族の仇。
What?
これはしないぞ。
It was a disappointment compared to the first one? You mean The Last of Us Part 2? Last of Us Part 2 was a disappointment? Man, all these... So, you know what they say in, like... Spears, actually, in history, were very OP. Oh, I just rushed him. Oh, I tried to do it against the shield. I forgot how to throw the kunai. Man. That was an interesting little skirmish. Are we gonna have to go fight on Iko Iki? Watch this guy actually like be a fully trained Jedi. You put the Gen 5 M.2 in the AM4, it was fast on that. Well, it's bottlenecked on that because the max that'll do is Gen 4. I forgot how to throw the kunai. No, that's not it. How do you do... I forgot what the button is. So wait. The Last of Us Part 2 was a disappointment compared to The Last of Us Part 1? There's a lot of linen in there.
Hmm.
なぜ足立家を襲った？わしはただの使い走り。
主は
それを知って何の役に立つ？
己に問われる筋合いはないわ。
政子殿。
私は家族を埋めたのだ。一人をな。 幾日もかけて己など野犬どもの餌にしてくれるわ。
殺してはいけない。主を吐かせねば。
この世は純億よ。強き者が正さねばならん。邪魔立てするなら殺すまで。
わらべさえもか。
やめよ。
どうせ口を割りはせぬ。
手がかりがいる。糸口を探さねば。あなたは外を、私は中を調べる。
済んだら知らせろ。
Well, now we are back to square one. What's this?
替えの武具、援軍が来るはずだったのか。飯が尽きている。長くいたのだな。
Yeah, that means the motherboard was Gen 4.
子供を殺した褒美か。これきりの金のために。
Yeah, that actually is interesting because yeah, Zen 2, the 3700X supports Gen 4 speeds, and so does X570 motherboards. What Gen 5 SSD is that? Is that the Crucial T700? It's probably the Crucial T700. If you've got speeds like that, or is it the TD? Because I mean, do I have mine with me here? No, I don't. Oh yeah, I do. So I've got this one here. No, I'm talking about the SSD. T700. So I've got a T700 Pro. This one has 12,400 megabytes per second. It doesn't say the other thing, the other number. But yeah, this right here. The T700 from Crucial. This is a PCI Gen 5 SSD. And I actually have that in this computer. This is the one in the primary slot with the giant heatsink from the Gigabyte Aorus Master. Oh, the Corsair. They're all using the exact same Phison controller, though, so they're all pretty much the same. Just different brand.
What? 何か見つかったか。
何者かの名と家紋が。
確か奴らにもこの家紋が。初めて見るものだ。
どこぞの家が乗っ取りを図っているのか。捨ておけません。
私がな。
お一人は無謀です。もし叔父上がいれば、このようなこと決してそのままにはいたしませぬ。お力を、しかる後ご一族の仇を。
いいだろう。志村殿の救出に向かう折には私も参ろう。
かたじけなきお言葉。
ではさらばだ。やることがあるでな。
Yeah, that system was new in 2019. Like, that was when it first came out. It was July 7th, 2019 was when the Ryzen 3000 CPUs and the X570 motherboards launched. I guess that's everything here. We covered a lot of ground in like one. Oh, there's stuff down here. Major legend increase. Ronin attire. You can ride south. Yeah, this game is actually quite good. This is one of the good ones. I like it. I've played way more in this one playthrough than I did the whole time that I've had it on PlayStation 5. You had RX 580 before the 6650 XT? Yeah, I still have my RX 480. I never had a 580, I had a 480. I got a RX 480 on launch day. June 29th, 2016 was when I got my RX 480 reference card with the XFX backplate on it from Micro Center. Wait, they have Mongols on horseback over there? This almost makes me want to play Age of Empires 2 and play as the Japanese against the Mongols. Oh, you have the ARC A380? Do you have like a single slot? Because I was thinking of getting an A380 as a single slot, but I couldn't find an actual single slot GPU. So I ended up having to get a Radeon Pro, actually. So I have a Radeon Professional card in the Threadripper system because it's a single slot. Why is that golden bird flying zigzag like that? What?
慌てるな。何があった？
家に押し入られて女房と息子がまだいるんです。
家族を置いてきたのか？
戦えるわけない。武士に見えますか？
よし、助けてこよう。
The bird's drunk. Was that really what the bird was leading me to? Was he just leading me to this random dude in the road? Liberate the dojo. The game is actually a lot like Rise of the Ronin, except this game to me seems more like the exploration in this game is way more interesting than Rise of the Ronin, but the combat in Rise of the Ronin is actually better. It's more fun. It's more challenging. This game, it's all like block until you can parry. Or, I mean, you can attempt to parry. You don't have to. And then just combo with your, like, strong and light attacks. The other thing, too, is I think... Yeah, from what I can tell so far... The other thing, the reason why I like Rise of the Ronin's combat more is because you can use different kinds of weapons. This game, it's all about the katana. It's all about the life of the samurai. That game, you're basically a Ronin. So you're not limited to just using the katana. You can use a spear, you can use a naginata, you can use like all the... You can use a musket, because that's in a different time frame. Oh, man. Okay, alright, you know what? Let's just go in. Let's just go in. You know what? Hold on a second. I can just use my horse. No, don't run away. What are you doing? Okay, fine. Whoa, that guy hits hard. Man, the dude's a... There we go. Ooh, that running attack is good. Now let's have a shield. You were thinking the A770? There's no reason to get the A770 now because Intel's next generation GPUs are coming out later this year. This game does handle combat against multiple enemies when you're solo. I feel like it handles that combat scenario where you're fighting a bunch of enemies all at once better than Rise of the Ronin.
欲し物が濡れておる。隙を突かれたな。
Yeah, the RX 480. I was thinking of doing a video about the RX 480 and 580 because if you look at the Steam hardware survey, there's still a ton of people using those GPUs, especially the RX 580, which is really weird. I mean, it would only cover 1080p. Like, I wouldn't even bother to benchmark anything above 1080p. Because when I bought the RX 480, it was to play Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward back in 2015. So the very first Final Fantasy XIV expansion. I bought the RX 480 for that one game. And I ended up using it all the way until Vega 64. So I had RX 480, then I had Vega 64, and Vega 64 was the GPU that taught me that you have to have a very good power supply. It taught me about power supplies and overcurrent protection. Esports? Oh, the 480 is good with yeah, no, it's good with esports. Yeah, actually you have a point there. Smite, League of Legends, Dota 2, all those games, they run really well on those old GPUs. Oh, somebody died. His family died. Uh-oh, he's probably gonna kill himself now.
O samurai, どうでした?
どちらも死んでおった。無念だ。
助けるとおっしゃった。俺も死ぬべきだ。家族を見捨てたんだ。
己を責めるな。二人の死を無意にするな。お主も猛虎に抗い、人を救ってやれ。
努めます。
That's the exact same power supply. That's funny that you mentioned that one power supply, because that's the exact power supply that I purchased back then to fix the issue with overcurrent protection for the Vega 64. That's exactly what I'm using. Like, that power supply is such a good power supply, man. Corsair HX 1200 watt. The best power supply I have ever owned. Oh, man. You know what? That's the power supply that powers my Threadripper PC. That ancient power supply that I bought probably 6-7 years ago is exactly what I'm using for the Threadripper all these years later. It's a big power supply too. It's a long rectangular power supply, which means it can handle, I mean, that means it has good operating temperatures under heavy load. Yeah, that thing, man, the 1200, the HX 1200 watt, 80 plus platinum. Yeah, I think I bought mine, I think in like 2018 or 2017. Or something like that. It was like after Vega 64 came out. And Vega 64 came out in like July of 2017. So yeah, it probably was like in the fall of 2017 was when I got that power supply. Best power supply I have ever owned. Man, that thing is amazing. I mean, I've got newer ones. Like, the one in this computer is the MSI Meg AI 1300p. So I've got a 1300 watt from MSI in this machine, and it's good. I mean, it's fine. It's made by the same manufacturer that made the Corsair. The Corsair HX 1200 is made by a company called Channelwell Technology. They are my favorite brand. They're my favorite OEM for power supplies. So I've got them in my MSI. So this computer is using a CWT. My Threadripper is using a CWT. My Intel is on a CWT. My 13900K, that one is on a CWT. And then what else? The other ones, my 7950X3D is on a really weird, like, Chinese off. It's a Micro Center power supply. It's called Power Spec. It's made by a Chinese company. It's not a CWT or anything like that. That's what's powering the 7950X3D and the RTX 4090. Vega 64 was rough at launch. No, it was good. It was good at launch. It was just they didn't make enough of them, and crypto happened. Crypto was happening when Vega 64 launched. So you couldn't really buy one after the initial wave because all the crypto people were buying them up. You guys got to remember, like, this was the time when AMD cards were the preferred cards for mining crypto. Like, it wasn't until RTX 30 series where Nvidia became the preferred GPU for mining crypto. Vega 64 was extremely good at mining crypto. Vega 56 was also super good, and a lot of people would overclock the Vega 56 to get very close to 64's mining potential. And then the old AMD cards were the ones that a lot of people were buying, like the old HD 7970, the 280X, the 390X, the 390. All those cards. Now the 480 and the 580, they were not really that used for crypto because they were, you know, they were used for crypto, but not in the same capacity as the higher and the cards that had more compute capability. What does this have to do with anything? Halo Infinite has nothing to do with that time period. We're talking about 2017. Why are we talking about Halo Infinite? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You try to future-proof on most of the parts. Well, I'll tell you right now, that HX 1200 Platinum, that is future-proofing. You won't have to replace the power supply for like a decade, probably. Like that unit has never let me down. I have put the most high wattage CPUs, the most high wattage GPUs combined in the same setup with that unit. That unit never trips OCP. keeps chugging along and just keeps on going. That power supply has handled a 3090 Ti. It has handled dual Vega 64s. Dual Vega 64s in Crossfire, I might add. It has handled like everything I've thrown at it. RTX 4090, 3090 Ti, dual Vegas, Radeon 7, the 7900 XTX. Like, you name it, everything. Currently, that power supply has to handle a Threadripper and a 7900 XTX and a Radeon Pro W7500. So dual GPUs plus a big Threadripper CPU plus 128 gigs of RAM, all of it together, plus a capture card and a bunch of hard drives and 7 M.2 drives. You name it, it handles it all. It never complains. It's dead silent. It's a wonderful power supply. Best power supply I have ever owned. Now, that literally sounded like a commercial for a Corsair. that was a Corsair and a CWT commercial right there. Okay, let's move along. Move along. But yeah, see, a lot of people don't... See, here's the thing, guys. What I have observed is a lot of people will think that... They'll put all their money into, like, a GPU, and then they'll get, like, the bargain bin, most ghetto power supply. You're like a 650 watt, whatever, 80 plus, just 80 plus, or like 80 nothing, and they'll just put that there, and then they'll expect that to work with their 450 watt GPU or whatever, and then they're complaining on the internet that they've got problems with the computer crashing or shutting off or doing some ridiculous thing, because, you know what I mean? Like, come on. Corsair. It depends on the OEM, though. You gotta remember. Yeah, like Matt's saying, there's also bad... I would say, in general, Corsair's track record is pretty good. Like, they don't typically go with bad OEMs for their units. But the general, like, I guess what do I want to say? The barrier for their power supplies in terms of their quality is actually pretty high. So it's like you can't really go wrong with Corsair. Even if you buy like a 600 watt power supply, it's still gonna be good. Now, obviously, they're gonna build it to spec. So if you're trying to push, too much wattage, you might get scenarios where it trips over power protection or over current protection and shuts off the system. And that's just because you have it doing what it's not designed to do. They say sometimes it's overkill? What do you mean? The power supply? Corsair had driver? No, first of all, okay. Driver issues have nothing to do with the power supply. The power supply regulates the AC to DC conversion, and then it literally handles like ripple suppression, and that's basically what it does. That has nothing to do with drivers. Like, driver issues with what? Like with Corsair? What? Or are we talking about something else? We're talking about a game or something? I don't know. Like, I'm getting confused. Maybe I'm not... Maybe there's something I didn't read earlier. He was talking about esports games? Esports games? Vega had no issues with esports games. What? Vega had no problem with esports games. I had Vega 64 back in the day when I still actually played League of Legends. I had no problem playing esports games with that GPU. This was 2017, so this is back when I still played Smite, League of Legends. I never played Dota 2. And occasionally Counter-Strike, but only like really casual. Never had any problems. I think most of the problems that people had with Vega 64 was due to overpower and overcurrent protection, like I was saying earlier. Man, this This game has some pretty good looking vistas. Yeah. Yeah, that water does look pretty good. Man, look at how he's treading the water, though. It's like... Man, this game's good. This game's good. How in the world did The Last of Us Part 2 win Game of the Year in 2020 when this game came out in the exact same year? This game, to me, is better than Last of Us 2. And then also, Genshin Impact. Hello? Genshin Impact is, like, way better than The Last of Us. Genshin Impact is better than this game. And that game came out in 2020. Although that Genshin Impact won a whole bunch of awards, though. It didn't win Game of the Year, but it did win a lot of awards. Best gacha, best mobile game, best family game, best soundtrack. You know, like that game won a lot of awards. And for good reason, too. But if they're saying overkill if it's a big wattage power supply. Well, the thing is, it's all about use case. I would say in general, for most people, a 1,000 watt power supply is going to be the most you'll ever need. For most people. The only time you would need more than a 1,000 watt power supply is if you were running multiple graphics cards, plus a powerful CPU like a Threadripper. Then you would need more than 1,000 watts on the unit, just to be safe. Because, for example, I know people that have built AI research machines as a hobby, and I'll tell you what they're using. They're using Threadripper, and they're using dual 3090 Ti's. Or 3090s. Dual 3090 or dual 3090 Ti. The reason why they go with last generation NVIDIA and not 40 series is because you can get a 3090 for way cheaper used than a 4090. And that's the reason why they would go with dual 3090s, because they can make a memory pool. So that's 24 times 2. That gives them 48 gigs of VRAM in a pool. And if they're virtualizing it in a VDI container or a Docker container or something, and obviously they have Threadripper, so that means they have tons of cores to dedicate for that virtual machine. And they have tons of PCIe lanes, because with Threadripper, you can run two 3090s and have both of them have full PCIe Gen 4 X16 lanes of capacity and bandwidth. So they're not limited in any way. And on top of that, they can run a ton of server-grade memory. They can run up to 1 terabyte of system RAM. You know, like the minimum that I've seen these people do, they're building these AI machines with VDI, is they're doing like 512 gigs of RAM, DDR5. It's typically server RAM, so it's going to run at like 4800 or 5200, but who cares? Because this is talking about a server. So at that point, no one cares about like 6,000 mega transfers. And it's all about stability too. So it's usually 4,800 mega transfers on the DDR5 and like 512 gigs of RAM or 1 terabyte of RAM. So for stuff like that, see, that is what I consider a true high-end desktop. I don't consider this a true high-end desktop. This is a mainstream desktop. I also do not consider this a high-end desktop. This is a mainstream desktop. A true high-end desktop is a Threadripper or an Intel Xeon or something with a lot of PCIe lanes, a lot of connectivity, and a lot of cores, cache, and threads, and memory. That's what a high-end system is. And for those type of systems, you're going to need more than a 1,000 watt power supply. You're going to need like a 1,200 watt minimum. Ideally, you probably want like 1,500 or 1,600 watt power supplies. And those systems are very expensive, as you can imagine. Just look at how much a Corsair AX 1,600 watt power supply costs. Then go look at how much a Threadripper CPU costs. Then a Threadripper motherboard. Then 1 terabyte of DDR5 server memory. And then the used 3090 Ti's. That's a lot of money. If you have the money, you buy a 1600 watt power supply. Just so that, no, man, I would not buy a 1600 watt if you're only just gonna play games and do like light stuff like running a game. I mean that's a waste of money. 1600 watts for what? Like, are you gonna build the system that I just described? Because if you're not gonna run a Threadripper, there's no reason to buy anything above 1200 watts. Or in fact, there's no reason to buy over 1000 watts. But like when someone says 850 is all you need, I don't agree with them. What I typically say is 1000 to 1200 is typically what most people would ever need. Because I think, I'm looking at it from my point of view, like, and I've built super high-end systems. Like, I have a Threadripper system, and I can speak from my own experience using that with all the PCIe slots fully loaded and everything, like, just, you know, balls to the walls, everything going full bore, 100% load, and I could tell you, I can get away with a 1200 watt unit with no issues. But that's kind of the limit, like 1200, 1300 watt, that's basically the top for like a Threadripper. Like, you don't really need 1600 watt unless you're running more than one GPU. There's no reason. Yeah, like Matt's saying, the only reason for a 1600 watt, you would be running two 3090 Ti's and that's exactly. The only time you need more than a 1000 watt is if you're running multi-GPU. And the GPUs have to also be like high wattage. Because think about 3090 Ti. 3090 Ti is a 450 watt TDP. So where is... I guess we are going to use Paint on this stream. I wasn't planning to use Paint, but I guess we're kind of done with the game. I was thinking of closing up the stream anyway. But since we have put a lot of hours in. So let's think of the power budget. 3090 Ti, 450 watt is the budget. 3090 Ti, 450 watt is also the budget. And then let's say you go with the lowest end Threadripper, 7960X. This is a 350 watt CPU. That's the TDP for the Threadripper CPU. So you gotta take that into account. And then the RDIMM, the memory, like you're running like 512 GB memory or maybe like 256 or something. You know, that's not gonna be a lot of power, so that's kind of inconsequential. So realistically, these are the things that you need to add up, right? 900 watts just from 2 GPUs. You add another 300, you're already over 1200. You're at like 1250. That is the reason why you would need like a 1500, 1600 watt unit. That is why. So unless you're doing something that uses this kind of hardware, there's no reason to have a 1600 watt power supply. Well, I do hard drives for my movies. Yeah, but those are inconsequential. Hard drive is what? Like 25 watts? Maybe? Like that's 25 watts. That's like nothing in the grand scheme of things. So I'll tell you, like let's do mine. Let's do the power budget for my system. 7960X 350. 7900 XTX. That is 355. W7500. I've got one of those. That I think is like a 75 watt GPU. The Live Gamer 4K. I don't know how much power this thing uses. It's a PCIe 4K capture card. I'm going to assume it's like, I don't know, 40 watts. I mean, it has a small heatsink. I'm just gonna say it's probably like 35 watts. I have no idea. So we'll just give it that. Then I have a 4X NVMe add-in card. So I've got X16 NVMe add-in. So that means I've got 4 M.2 drives in an X16 PCIe slot. So how much power does an M.2 drive use? Like 10 watts or so. So that's like 40 watts, because that's like four of them. Then I've got 3 more NVMe drives that are literally on the motherboard itself. That's a total, did I say 16? We'll just say 4x NVMe drives via add-in. That's like 40 watts. This is another, like, we'll just say 30 watts. So that's that. Then I've got 2 hard drives. 2x hard drive, 7200 RPM. These are like 10 terabyte or something, or 12, or like 8 or 10 or something like that. These are, how much does a hard drive use? Like, this will be like 70 watts for 2 of them, or no, it's like 30, yeah, like 60 watts for both. So you can see where this is going. And this is my Threadripper system that I'm using. So it's got this, it's got this, it's got that. So I've got dual GPUs. Those are 2 different GPUs right there. Then we've got a capture card. Then we have an NVMe card. And then we have 3 more SSDs. Then we have 2 hard drives. So that's, what is that? That's 9 drives. 9 drives. This is, the total capacity on this is 8 TB. The total capacity on this is also 8 TB. Because, no, this is 10 TB. Because each one of the NVMe's in this are 2 terabyte drives. So it's 2 times 4, that's 8 terabytes. This one is 2 4 terabytes, that's 8 terabytes, plus a third drive, which is at 2 terabyte. That's 10 terabytes. That's how I got the capacity. And this is 2x this. So the total, I'm giving you guys total numbers. This is the total. This is not the, this is the total. Total. And this would be the total also. No, this is not the total. I think it's like 18. I think it's an 8 terabyte plus a 10 terabyte. So it's funny, I just realized something looking at this. My flash storage is equal to my legacy spindle storage. I have 18 terabytes in hard drive capacity, and I have 18 terabytes in NVMe flash capacity. I just realized that in my Threadripper PC. So what does this equal? 350 plus 355 plus 75 plus 35 plus 40 plus 30 plus 60. So you know what the total is? Total wattage budget equals 945 watts. See what I mean? So even with this super high-end system, I'm still under 1000 watts. But this is the reason why I would use a 1200 watt power supply for this system, not a 1000 watt, because you don't want to be like right up to the limit, you know, because obviously your wattage through the wall is going to be more than the total wattage that the system actually uses. So that's the reason why I'm using a 1200 watt Corsair HX to handle all of this. But yeah, that's what it is, right? Like, you have to have a high wattage CPU. You have to have at least one high wattage GPU, if not more. And there you go. That's it. That's why you would need more than a 1000 watt unit. So unless you're doing something like this, 1000 watt is typically the max for most people. That was an interesting exercise. I actually had no idea how much wattage my budget for Threadripper needs to be. Now I actually know. But yeah, 1000 watt PSUs are fine for gaming PCs. Where do I need to go? I just need to, I guess. I think we already went in here. Well, I guess that's it. I guess this is a good stopping point. Yeah, this is a pretty game. It's a nice looking game. I like the different colors of the leaves. And I like how, as the sun, like the time of day, as the time of day changes, it really does make the game world have almost like a completely different look, depending on the time of day. Like at dusk, it's got a very orange, overcast look. There is a $400 1600 watt. You're gonna buy it and it's titanium. See, I think that's a waste of money, unless you really have a use case for that unit. Because you could get a 1000 watt for like, you know, like $100 something. It's like you're paying what? 4 times the amount of money for 60% power capacity, like that you may or may not ever use. Like, I don't understand. To me, that doesn't make any sense. But I mean, you can get it if you want. I don't really think it's needed. I mean, unless you're gonna build a system like what I just described, I think it's better to use that money in other ways. Like better RAM, better case, etc., whatever. Like, have you decided for your build what RAM you're going to get? Good 1000 watt superpower or around 130. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can get a 1000 watt power supply for way cheaper, and it's like, I don't know. A 1600 watt power supply that's only going to power one GPU and an energy efficient CPU, to me that doesn't make any sense, because if you're not running it in the efficiency curve of the unit, then it's actually not hitting the 80 plus titanium rating that it's rated for, because they rate that at like I think it's like a 50 to 70% load factor. That's how they test it to get that score. So if you're never using 50% of the wattage, you're actually not hitting the efficiency. Meaning you're actually probably going to use... There's probably going to be more parasitic losses in terms of the wattage draw for that larger unit. Because typically a unit that big has way larger capacitors and lumped circuit elements, so that its idle current draw is actually a little bit higher than a smaller unit that doesn't have as many components. You see what I'm saying? Because think about it like this. A 1600 watt unit has way more surface area because it has way more microelectronic components. It has something called lumped circuit elements. These are inductors, resistors, and capacitors. So a 1600 watt unit has way more of those units than your typical 1000 watt or your 850 watt, etc. So that means at low load, the idle current still has to cycle through all those extra components in that 1600 watt unit, which means it's going to have to pull slightly more current at low load than at 1000 watt, because you have to continuously power all those resistors. You have to shoot current through all those resistors and those larger capacitors. So you see what I'm saying? So to me, that doesn't make sense. That's a mismatched build config. 4090. What? 2? The what? The 5090 is not going to draw more than 490. Yeah, the 5090 is going to be like a 450 watt TDP. Look at the 4090s. They are over 400, 600 watts, and you used... I used 2 of them? Or do you mean Met used 2 of them? Who used 2 4090s? What? Oh, you... What? 2 4090s? Since when do I have 2 4090s? I didn't know I had 2 4090s. What's the second one? What model is the second one? Is it a Zotac? What? I wish I had 2 4090s. The 2 4090s. Am I dreaming right now? Did I fall asleep? What happened? You have a Supreme? Oh, maybe it's both of us. So, yeah, like Met Supreme 4090 plus my Founders Edition 4090, those two together would be like 900 watts on average. Like, if assuming they're running at the TDP. Now, most of the time, it's not going to be at the TDP. But sometimes, like if you overclock, then yeah, it can actually go over the TDP. But in general, you're looking at anywhere from like 350 to 450 watts on a 4090. Usually. Like, okay, look at this computer that I'm using right now. Let's use this computer as an example. Right now, you guys can see it on the screen. We're using 106 to 109 watts for the CPU. And we're using about 347. I think the average number is like 347. Yeah, 347 for the 7900 XTX. So you add those two together. That's about 450 watts. My computer right now, the major components are using about 450 watts. Now, obviously, it's more than that because we got RAM, we have fans and stuff. So it's gonna, we'll just say like 510 watts is what I need to drive this system without any problems. So that tells you right there, I could easily get away with an 850 watt power supply for this specific computer. And this computer has a 7900 XTX. So a 1000 watt power supply, like Matt was saying, a 1000 watt is the most gaming PCs would ever need, and I agree. Like this PC that I'm using right now, I would feel 100% comfortable using a 1000 watt and not ever thinking about changing to a larger unit. Because, and here's the other reason why. Because here's the thing that a lot of people don't actually think about when they think they're just going to put a giant power supply in there and think that they're okay. The wall outlet. So I don't know where you're located geographically, but in North America, most of the wall outlets for the AC receptacles are on like 15 amp breakers. So if someone puts a 1600 watt power supply in their machine, and if they actually run that thing close to 100% load, they could trip the breaker in their house or their apartment. Just saying. You could trip the either that or the GFCI could trip and shut the circuit off from the wall, so your computer would just shut off. It would just turn off. You know what I'm saying? Because it overpulls on the current from the wall. So 1600 watt units can do that. They can and will do that if driven to close to 100% load, because the amperage draw will exceed what the wall outlet can do. So you'd have to have it on like a UPS that's load balancing across 2 different circuits in the house. So it gets really, really complicated on the power side of things if you start doing stuff like that. So that's the reason why 1600 watt power supplies don't make any sense for most people. Like, they're not even thinking about the fact that their wall outlet can't handle the 1600 watt power supply. You know what I mean? And most of the time, it's fine because they overspend on a 1600 watt unit that they'll never need that power, and then they just run that thing inefficiently the whole time at like, you know, 30%, 40% capacity. So it's like not even hitting 80% titanium because it's not even running that efficiently because it's too low in terms of the load. You know what I'm saying? So they don't even think about that. And the fact that the wall outlet technically can't even handle that power supply. But because the power supply is not pulling that much power, it never manifests as a problem in front of them. So that's why the upper maximum is like 1300 watts, 1400 watts, 1500 watts maybe. Because once you start going above those, you know, unless the use case is really, really needed, you've got this game running on 60 FPS, Neo Geo Max, no frame gen. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're running the same way. We have no frame gen. This is no frame gen. Frame gen's turned off. This is 4K native. Yeah, but when are you going to need 1600 watts, though? That's all I'm asking. It's like, when are you going to need that much power? Oh, wow, that's like a super high resolution. That's what is that, 5K? Is that 5K? No, what is that? That's ultra wide? What is that? Now you got me curious. What is that monitor? Neo Geo, what? That's like a Samsung, isn't it? Neo G9. Man, that's like a super wide. What is that? What? Odyssey, oh, is that the thing that actually needs DisplayPort 2.1? Is that the one monitor that AMD advertised for display? Oh man, that thing uses DisplayPort 2.1. That's the real DisplayPort 2.1. Yeah, I remember that was the monitor that they revealed when they were doing the reveal for the 7900 XTX because it's DisplayPort 2.1. What? Wait, what? You're running the game at like max settings, no frame gen, 60 FPS. Is that, what is that, a 4090? The 4090, well, the 4090 you're using display stream compression because 4090 can't do 4090 is not DisplayPort 2.1. So you're not actually leverage. If you're using the XTX, then yeah. If you're using the Radeon card, then yes, you have DisplayPort 2.1. So you're getting the full color spectrum, that DisplayPort 2.1, the full bandwidth. But if you're on a 4090, you're using display stream compression. So you've got compression going on, so it's actually not full bandwidth. Yeah, it's only DisplayPort 1.4a. So you're not actually using DisplayPort 2.1. If you're on 4090. If you're on XTX, then yeah, you're on DisplayPort 2.1. Oh, you don't use the 240 hertz? Yeah, so what are you using? Are you using a 4090? Because the 4090 can't do the 240 hertz. It sounds like you're on a 4090. Because if you're on the AMD card, you can do 240 hertz. But the problem, see, both cards have a problem with that monitor. So the problem for the AMD card is not that it can't do what that monitor is capable of. The AMD card can handle the bandwidth, the 2.1 spec, and the full color, all that stuff, 444 color spectrum, blah blah blah, all that things. You know, it can do all of that. The problem is the game can't run natively at that resolution at and above 60 FPS. Now the thing is, you can leverage frame generation with the 7900 XTX and then it will be playable. So that would be very interesting to see if anybody actually had that kind of setup with the AMD card to showcase DisplayPort 2.1. But if you're using 4090, unfortunately, it's stuck. Like, you're never going to be able to do 240 hertz. I mean, you can do frame generation. I mean, whatever. I mean, it's 120 hertz, so you're capped at 120 FPS. But yeah. You could use an AMD RDNA 3 GPU with a 4090 to get DisplayPort 2.1 from the AMD card and render the game on the 4090. That is a very, very expensive workaround for what I think is completely unnecessary. Like, if it was me, I would just run the AMD card for the DisplayPort 2.1 and then turn on FSR 3 with frame generation. That's literally what I would do. And call it a day. That's the easy answer. That right there is the long answer of how to showcase DisplayPort 2.1. But yeah, you could do that. You could plug an AMD card in there that has DisplayPort 2.1. And the funny thing is, you can use a 7600. You can use the cheapest RDNA 3. Let me see. Let me make sure. Hold up. Yeah, Met actually has a really good idea. Because I actually do a similar thing with my Threadripper PC, but I actually have dual AMD GPUs in there. That's actually a very interesting... Yeah, I'm actually glad you mentioned that. I'm actually glad Met mentioned that. Because... Where is this? Okay, yeah. This is what I wanted to show. Right here. Bam, right there. DisplayPort 2.1. On this. So basically, what you would do is you'd buy one of these. You plug this into your motherboard. You plug your monitor into this. You would literally plug the monitor into one of the display ports on this card, and then you would go into Windows and tell Windows to use the RTX 4090 for all the game, for basically for every application. So it would use the 4090 to do all the rendering stuff. So, and then this thing would talk to the monitor, and then it would basically feed to the monitor via DisplayPort 2.1. So yeah, that would actually work. That would work. Because I'm doing almost the same thing with Threadripper. What happened to my... So this is the Threadripper system. Because in Threadripper, I've got... Here's the computer. Like, let's just say... This is the computer. So, you know, you got Threadripper like this. You got the RAM. 1, 2, whatever. You got RAM. It's pointless to even draw this because it's irrelevant to what we're talking about. But we have the GPU here. We got the XTX here. It's a triple slot. Then we have the single slot W7500. Then we have a capture card. Then we have an NVMe. An NVMe right here. So the way I have it set up is this is a 7900 XTX. This is a W7500 Pro. This is a Radeon Pro. This is a professional Radeon card. This is not a consumer card. It's a single slot, and it does not use a PCIe power plug. It uses only the power through the motherboard. It's a single slot. So I have my monitor connected to this. In fact, I have 3 monitors connected to this. You have DisplayPort, DisplayPort, DisplayPort. So whatever monitor I plug in, it's capable of, the GPU can support up to 4 DisplayPort 2.1 monitors. So but I tell Windows to use this for all the rendering, for basically all the like heavy lifting, like games, all that stuff. I tell Windows to use the XTX as the renderer. So it does all the rendering, it does all the ray tracing, does all that whatever, all that good stuff. It happens on this. And then it just funnels this stuff over the PCIe bus to this guy just to output to the monitor. So that's how I have mine set up. I mean, if you wanted to really do DisplayPort 2.1, that's what you would need. If you wanted that 240 hertz refresh rate that you paid for, you would have to have something like this, or basically any AMD card that supports DisplayPort 2.1 if you actually wanted to benefit from DisplayPort 2.1 and 240 hertz. But I'm glad that you mentioned that. I'm glad that Matt mentioned that, because that is a good workaround for something like that. Because that gives you the power, the rendering power from the more powerful GPU, but it also enables the full capabilities of the monitor with the lower end GPU. Anyway. No, see, I wouldn't get the Intel. I would get the cheapest. Well, okay, maybe you could get like an A380, but why even bother though? Like, no, what? No, you would buy the cheapest graphics card possible that has DisplayPort 2.1. The A770 is a waste of money if you're just gonna use it as a pass-through. Because you have to remember, like, why do you want to put a dual slot or triple slot GPU in a small motherboard? You know what I'm saying? Like, who's gonna do that? How practical is that? Like, I'm talking about a Threadripper board. Like, most people, they don't even have a motherboard that's this big. Most people, the motherboard is like, you know, some rinky-dink ATX board that has, like, one X16. It's got like one true X16 where the GPU goes, and then it has like some bottom slot X4, and it's got like some random X1 that's completely useless. You know what I'm saying? Like, most motherboards are set up like this. They have garbage PCIe layouts like this. So you got 16. You got 16 here. You got 4 down here, and then you got like some measly 1 and 1. Like, who's gonna use this? Like, what is this? You can't plug a graphics card into this. This is complete garbage. It's useless. So that means you gotta force your GPU to be stuck down here. And you know what that means? That means if you have a double slot, and you know you can't buy the Intel Founders Edition anymore. You have to buy the Sparkle, which is massive. So you're stuck with a triple slot, whatever, or a giant dual slot that's gonna overhang the board and run up against the power supply. It's just not practical. That's why I'm saying you're gonna get like the cheapest, smallest AMD card, unless there's like a single slot 380 or something that can fit down there. That's the whole reason why I'm using this. That's the whole reason why I'm using that. Because it's a single slot GPU that does DisplayPort 2.1 that can do multiple. Because the problem with this thing, the reason why I'm not using this direct is because this has it's got HDMI, which I don't use. It has the USB-C that I can use for other things like pass-through. So that's why it's like I only have 2 DisplayPort native connections on this card, and I need 3 DisplayPort plugs, and this gives me up to 4. That's the reason why I'm using that. And it's single slot. $57 inches. Yeah, I remember that only from the AMD reveal. I had no idea that monitor existed until Scott Herkelman got on stage and announced the 7900 XTX, and they showed off that Samsung Odyssey thing. Because when you said Odyssey G9, I was like, or you said Neo G9. I was like, Neo G9. I know I've heard that from somewhere before. So I knew it was a Samsung monitor, but I couldn't remember where it was from. And then I remember, oh, it's from the AMD announcement. A380 has 3 DisplayPort 2.0. Why get that when you can get DisplayPort 2.1 though? Actually, can DisplayPort 2.0 do 240 Hz at that resolution? Can it even do that? I don't even know what DisplayPort 2.0 spec does. It doesn't really talk about the refresh rate. Although you guys might be right though. DisplayPort 2.0 might have the same capability. Because... Oh, wait. Okay. So I'm just looking at the Wikipedia page. So... DisplayPort 2.0 allows 8K 60 with HDR. So you can do that. Neo thing is what, like a 5K display or 6K or something. Wait, what was the resolution on that Samsung? Was it 8K? Was it an 8K display? No, it's not 8K. Wait, no, wait. Yeah, it's so that monitor, that Samsung is not an 8K. It's got the same horizontal as 8K, but it does not have the correct vertical. It's half of 8K. Okay, so it's okay, I get it. Okay, so it's like a rectangle. It's like a narrower rectangle. It's like the top of the rectangle. Yeah, I got it. Okay. So 2.1 incorporates DP40 and DP80 cable certifications, which test the cables. So, okay, so yeah, it looks like 2.0 does the same thing. Has tightened the alignment with... Okay, so then the card that we need to look at is this. This is the card. That is the card. Not the 380. The 310 is the card. So this has 4 gigs of VRAM on a 64-bit bus. It's single slot. It does not require a PCIe plug, which is exactly like that Radeon Pro card that I have. And this is DisplayPort 2.0, right? Yeah. Oh no, this one failed. It's mini DisplayPort. Oh no, it's mini DisplayPort. That's terrible. It's also low profile. That's garbage. Yeah, I don't know, man. That doesn't look like that's the one. Maybe the 380, but the 380 is too fat. This is too fat. It's a dual slot. It's got to be single slot. This is the reason why the 380 fails. You can't find this in... Although, actually... Hold on. Is the... You have to find this thing in single slot. Because this has got the 3 display ports. Did AMD ever make one of these? Wait, what? This is a thing? What? Why is this not on the market? This would be a single slot that is exactly what's needed. Unless they screw it up and they make the... Yeah, unless they do that. That's not what's needed. But actually, no. I'm thinking of it from the point of my, like, triple monitor setup. You're only using, like, one big monitor. So maybe that doesn't even matter. But the problem with the Intel one is you're stuck using the mini DisplayPort. You gotta find a cable that's mini DisplayPort on one end and full DisplayPort on the other end. And that's going to be a real pain because you actually need like a UHBR10 cable, which is only going to be like a really short cable. So I don't know, man. That's tough. Wait, two? So how do you have that set up? Is it like, do you have like one above the other? Because the two of them stacked vertically, that's literally an 8K setup. Well, you got two. Are they vertical? Because like I'm trying to imagine what this would look like. Because if you actually have them side by side, that literally means that you're constantly like having to do like this. Like, if it was me, if I had that kind of setup, I would stack them. Like, I would have one Neo on the top and the other Neo down here, and they would just be like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, it would be like a big old, yeah, stacked, man. You can't put that, like, what is this? You're like in a circle. You'll be like, what? How can anybody function? You'll be like, where's that app? Where's the browser? Like, what? What, can you imagine? Like, that's not gonna be a productive work setup. If you have them in like surround, like what? Too much neck movement. You're gonna hurt your neck, man. But stacked, yeah, like stacked is the way to go. That sounds awesome, actually. Man, now you got me thinking like, man, it's OLED and it's 8K. That's a true 8K setup too, because you got two of them stacked. That's hilarious, man. That means when you're playing a game. So let me ask you this: is the game on the lower one or on the upper one? I'm gonna guess that you put the game on the lower one, and all your like other apps and stuff are up here on the top somewhere. Is that correct, or is it the other way around? How much is this thing? Like, what? I want to look this thing up now. Samsung G9 Neo. Oh wait, why am I searching it in here? Yeah, this thing. Whoa, this thing came out. Wait, did this thing just come out? No, this has been out. This was like way back when they were doing the FreeSync Pro stuff. This was the monitor that they showed off at the 7900 XTX reveal. I remember it. Or they didn't show it off, they announced it. The OLED is stacked above the 49. Wait, no, these are... Oh, you have a different one? No, I thought you had like two 49s just stacked. You have a 57? Oh, so you're... What? Wait, you have three of them? You got like two 49s and then you have a 57 on top of the two of them? That's two... Wait, what? It's three? Wait, there's two Neo 49s and one Neo 57? Is one of them like behind you and the other two in front of you? Like, what? Wait, what? Hold on a second. Wait, what? Hold on. I gotta draw this out. I'm not understanding what's going on here. Like, I'm getting confused. Delete this motherboard. So you've got one of them. So this is my understanding. You've got one, and then you've got another one that's identical. So you got two of them like this, right? So these are two 49-inch. Two 49-inch. And then you have like a 57-inch on top of them? Like this? This is the setup? That's too much monitor. That's just too much display right there, because how is that supposed to work? Oh no, you have two. Wait, what? So this one's like this, or this? or behind you. Okay, the 57-inch is on the main table. Okay. Man, I need to delete this motherboard. It's in the way. No, I know it's 1 unit. This is the 57-inch that I'm moving around. This is the 57-inch. Is 1 unit. Behind the 57-inch is a 77-inch OLED. Well, where's the 49-inch? You don't have those anymore? Wait, what? These are such big displays. Like, this is so weird. And here I thought I had too many displays in the same room. Now do you guys know, do you guys see why I like smaller monitors? This is so much display. This is just too much display. This is like, I imagine you're like in a room with all this digital signage, just like scrolling. Just digital signage just going across the room, like on all these massive, like ultra super wide displays. If you lower the 57-inch, you have free view of the... Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I got it. So you've got a... man, I gotta delete this motherboard. Okay. So you've got a 77-inch OLED. Let's say you got a 77-inch OLED on the wall somewhere, in the back somewhere. And then you have this 57-inch super wide. Or something like this. And this is like in front of it. This is on the desk. Okay, so this is on the desk. That thing, the big thing in the back is on the wall. I'm guessing it's on the wall. And then you've got this thing. So this is here. And this is on the desk. So that means that this is on a stand. This is on like a fancy stand. We're using shapes to draw this out. Okay, so this is the 77-inch. Then you have this... Oh, no, this is the 77-inch. Then this is the 57. There. That is the setup. This right here was your 49 and 49. Is that correct? So where is this? This is the one that I'm interested in, because I never thought of this before. This to me is like, this is innovation right here. Like, I never thought of like taking a half 8K and stacking it on top of another half 8K. Is 120 centimeters in front. Okay, so then they're close together. Okay. Well, then that means this thing's going to be even like more spread out than the other one in terms of the vertical, but yeah, or the horizontal. The 57-inch is okay. The 49s are to the left of the 77. Oh, okay. Okay. So wait, you have 4 displays? So I'm guessing that the 77-inch is not connected to the computer. Is this connected? Are all of these monitors? These are 4 monitors. How are you connecting these to a computer? Or is the computer only connected to 3? Is it connected to these and this? And then this thing is just kind of like a TV? You hardly ever use these. So it's mainly this. Man, that is a weird setup. What is this 77-inch? Is that like an OLED TV or something? What is that? Mini LED TV? Because I can tell you right now, this is not a computer monitor. At that size, that is not a computer monitor. You only connect what you need? Why don't you just have it all connected all the time? Like, that's what I would do. Oh, this is an LG CX. You know, I'm going to write these down. I'm going to write this down. LG CX. This one, what is this? This is that Neo. This is the Odyssey. Well, I'll just say Neo G9. What is the 57-inch? I didn't catch what that was. What is the 57-inch? I like how we're drawing diagrams in paint. This turned in this is no longer a Ghost of Tsushima. If people walk into this stream right now, the title says Ghost of Tsushima PC 4K Max, we're drawing diagrams in paint about monitors and TVs. Can we stop talking about monitors? Why? This is fascinating. What is this thing? What is the 57-inch? Then we can stop talking about monitors. I want to know what this one is. What's the model name? Oh, this is also... Wait, this is the Neo? Oh, is this the new one? So wait, this one over here, the old one, is the one from the AMD announcement. I'm guessing this is like an even newer one. Or is this something else completely? Did I do that one wrong? You have me interested in these 49-inch things. Like, I didn't even think about stacking two of them together like that. Man, this is like insane display setup right here. Yeah, because that thing was new around... Oh, really? Okay. So that was around... Well, okay, then I'm maybe thinking of something else. Maybe this was the one that was announced during the AMD thing. During the reveal of the 700X TX. Because, okay, here's what I've got. Here's what I've got. I've got a 27-inch. I've got a 27-inch 4K 144 hertz monitor. And then I've got two 24-inch 1440p. This is my setup. This is literally the setup that I'm streaming off of right now. So this is my point of view. Like when I was streaming Ghost of Tsushima. So we got Ghost of Tsushima in the middle. So this one is a 4K. This is 27. This is a 27 in zone M9. That's what I'm using in the middle. And then these monitors you can't buy anymore. These are 24, identical 24. AG1QX or something. Or, no, AG24, AG24 no, 24QX, I think. I think this is the model number. But anyway, the point is this is no longer on the market. You can't buy this anymore. This is an Agon. These are Agon 1440. Gaming monitors. These are gaming monitors. 24-inch. This is my setup. 24-inch, 144 hertz, 1440. 144 hertz, 1440. These are TN. This is IPS. That's my setup. This is what I'm using. Well, you know what's funny? Like, I'm pretty sure the total distance across these three monitors is the same as that one Neo G9. So it's almost like I have a it's almost like I've got a Neo G9, but it's just three different monitors. So the brand on this one is AOC, and the brand on this one is none other than Sony. So these are my monitor brands right here. They're all on an XFX Tristan monitor mount. So none of them are using the stands that they actually come with. Although, having said that, the AOC monitors come with very good stands. The Sony stand is actually not that good. That one's the most disappointing one. It's nice to look at, but it's not very functional compared to the ones that the Agon monitors come with. That Neo G9 though, that's hilarious. Man, that thing is so big. That thing's bigger. That's like as big as my 3 monitors in a row. So do you use the monitor for gaming, TV, movies, blah, blah, blah? Not good for streaming. You cannot share 32:9. Yeah. LG TVs look incredible. You play games on 27-inch and watch movies and TVs shows on the 55-inch 4K. I don't have any large 4K TVs. Like you guys want to know what TV I've got? I've got a 42-inch 1080p TV. It's a cheap Westinghouse. I got a cheap Westinghouse 44-inch 1080p television. That I don't really watch TV anymore, and it's like if I'm just gonna watch like the best example recently I watched Shogun, FX's Shogun on Disney Plus. That I just watched it on the computer. I mean, I guess I could watch it on the big screen, the 1080p TV. With like the PlayStation 4 or something. Loading up the app, because I don't have my TV connected to anywhere close to my computer. Like it would have to be the PlayStation 4 would have to connect to, because I don't use the PS4 anymore. So the PS4 is perfect for launching like streaming apps connected to a TV. My PS5, I could use that, but I don't use it with the TV. Because my PlayStation 5 is on my desk over here, because I use the PS5 for live streaming. Like if I live stream, like I was live streaming Stellar Blade, that's a PS5 exclusive. And if I'm going to stream the game, I have to have the console hooked up to a capture card. I mean, hence why this is here. So 55 inches connected to my M1 Mac Mini. So do you use the 55 inch for like work or something? Like, well, I guess that's fine. I mean, yeah, you could do that. What's the cable run for something like that though? Or is it see, I can't imagine someone using a 55 inch on a desk in front of them, because to me that's a huge display. I mean, I'm sitting here, and I've got a 27-inch right in front of me. I'm reading the chat off of my 27-inch 4K monitor right now because I moved it to the middle monitor. I have Ghost of Tsushima full screen behind it right now, and I've got the paint that you guys are seeing on my left monitor, and then I've got like my calendar app and all this other stuff, Steam and all this other stuff. Afterburner is over here on the right monitor. So that's how I have it set up right now. But yeah, like to me this is as big as I would ever go on displays, because like I can't imagine using a super big, like this is the reason why 32-inch 4K would never work for me, because it's just too large. It's physically too large, because to me having a physical display that large right in front of you is just too, it's like too much neck movement, it's too much eye movement. And I want to have the two monitors on the sides, so it's like if I put a big 32-inch in the middle, now it's like these two monitors get pushed further out, so that means I gotta look more to the left and the right than I normally would have to. So that's the reason why I'm a big fan of the highest resolution possible in the smallest physical size possible. So that's why I'm a huge fan. And I've said this before on different live streams, so I know people who watch me a lot, they know exactly what I'm about to say. I'm a huge fan of 24-inch 1440p, and I'm not as big of a fan for 27-inch 4K. Like this, to me, is a little bit small for a 4K screen. You have to have very good vision to do 27-inch 4K at native scaling. But 24-inch 1440, I don't understand why they don't make more. Like, why did the panel makers stop making 24-inch 1440? 24-inch 1440 is literally the best physical size for that resolution. It is mathematically proven. There's multiple articles about this on the internet that talk about this. Like TFT Central has a really good article. I think TFT or Monitor Reviews or something. There's like a bunch of articles talking about this. It has to do with the human vision being 2020. What is the ideal pixel count at the ideal standard ergonomic distance from where you sit? The answer is 24-inch, and it's a resolution that's slightly larger, higher than 1440, but because 1440 is the closest one, that's the answer. So 24-inch 1440 is actually the most ideal for the human eye with normal 2020 vision. And I agree. That because when I first upgraded my middle monitor, because for those that don't know, I used to have 3 of these in a row. I had triple Agon 1440, 144, 24-inch. So I literally had a flat line across of 3 24-inch monitors, all 1440, 144 hertz, like that. That was my previous setup until I got this Sony monitor that I put this in the middle and upgraded to 4K about 2 years ago. And when I did that, it took some getting used to because of the increased resolution, because I was running it at native scaling. So everything was so small, the desktop icons were tiny, the start menu was microscopic, so I had to really get used to that. But this, to me, feels so natural for the human eye, and I'll never get rid of these monitors. Like, I'm going to continue to use these Agon 24-inch 1440s until they die. Like, these are never going to be replaced. Like, they're just going to sit there on the left and the right forever at this point, as far as I'm concerned. Well, that's because you have such a giant panel, though. 240 centimeter from that. That is near ideal for the eyes. Facing every. Well, yeah. See that article that I was referencing? It talks about that. It talks about for a physical size and resolution, what is the proper distance that you have to sit, and it talks about all of that. But what I'm saying is for standard ergonomic, like a typical desk, think of like a cubicle in an office, you know? Because workplaces have to adhere to certain industry standards for ergonomics for their workers. Like they have to legally do this. Otherwise they're not following code. But the point is, if you look into those, they have all this sort of info. And that's where this whole thing about 24-inch 1440 comes into play, because the studies have shown that if you do the math, there's a lot of math, believe it or not, behind these calculations. So I'm not just making this up. Like, this is literally, there's articles and studies showing this, and there's mathematical evidence proving this. But for a standard desk, for like a workspace, the ideal resolution, physical panel size, at standard distance, I forget what the number is. It's about like an arm's length to an arm's length and a half. So that's what, like, 2 feet, 2.5. So what is that in centimeters? I don't know what that is in centimeters off the top of my head. Like, probably like 60 centimeters away or something, 60, 80 centimeters away from where you're sitting, the panel would sit. And that would be about 24-inch 1440p for standard 20/20 vision. All these measurements are based off of 20/20 vision. If your vision is worse, then the panel has to be closer. If the vision is better, then the panel could be further away at the same resolution, at the same physical size. So it really just kind of depends. But yeah, that's why for a very long time, and I've known this for about 10 years now, this knowledge of like ergonomics and how far things should be. That's the reason why I had this setup. I had that triple 1440 setup for so many years. I ran that setup since 2017. So I've been doing triple 1440 24-inch high refresh since 2017. It was only about almost 2 years ago. It was August 2022 is when I finally made the upgrade to 4K with the Sony M9. It's more relaxing for your eyes to not sit close. Yeah, but the thing is, you can always lower the brightness of the screen. There's things you can do though, but yeah. Like I'm wearing computer glasses, like these glasses. I remember one time somebody was like, "Why are you wearing sunglasses?" These aren't sunglasses, these are computer glasses. So these filter out the blue light. That's why they have this yellowish tint or orangish tint on them. But yeah, these are computer glasses. So basically, like if I were to like just, oh wow, I can see the blue light. Like I'm so used to looking through this that if I just kind of like glance at the screen like this, I can see everything just looks like the white light is much more brighter and the blue is much more prominent. So yeah. So, but yeah. Newegg has 24-inch 1440. Yeah, but those aren't high refresh. 24-inch, I bet those 24-inch 1440 are either like ViewSonic or Lenovo, and they're like 60 hertz panels. See, I'm talking about like gaming monitors. These are 144 hertz monitors. These are 1 millisecond gray to gray monitors. TN panels. So they have very good response time, considering how old they are. Like, you can't find stuff like this anymore with these kind of specs, is what I'm saying. Like, find me not a used, not an open box. Find me a brand new 24-inch 1440p. Wait, they've got 144 hertz from Gigabyte? Really? Is this for real? What's the model number? Where is it brand new? I see some open box. Those are open box. Those aren't new. Are they new? No, they're not new. See, that's the thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't make them new anymore. Interesting. So they do have some, but they're not new. Yeah, this is it. Where is it? This is the monitor. This review is from PC Monitors. This was, look at when it was reviewed, October 27, 2016. So AOC AG241QX, that's the model number. I thought there was a 1 in there. So this is it. It's a 23, so it's physically 23.8 inch, 1440, 144 hertz. It is very good. 1 millisecond gray to gray. There it is in all its glory. It has a remote control. Yes, it's got a remote control via USB. It has a kickstand for your headphones. It has side and underneath audio pass-through. It has height adjustable, tilt, full metal stand. You can see these are the height in centimeters. There's the back. It's got the wings. It's got double HDMI and single DisplayPort. It is a FreeSync monitor, so it supports FreeSync over DisplayPort and HDMI. It also has DVI and VGA and all this other stuff and a bunch of USB. So this thing has built-in speakers and a kickstand for your headphones. It was like one of the best monitors. It was like the secret monitor for people who really, really know what they're looking for. If they're looking for a gaming monitor back in 2016, 2017 timeframe. Like this was, as far as I'm concerned, this was the best monitor to get in 2017. If you wanted 1440p, you wanted high refresh, this was like a $300 monitor back in 2017. Color was not that great, but again, it's a TN panel, so it's not an IPS or a VA. It had the overdrive stuff, and yeah, well, I don't know why they're showing this stuff, but it's all in the review. But yeah, this is this is like my favorite monitor probably still, which is funny because it's not my main monitor. But yeah, the AOC AG241QX. I've got 6 of them. I like it so much I've got 6 of them. So if some of them ever die, I mean, I've got some redundancy. I've got 2. I've got 1, like, I got 2 of them here. I got 1 on the right, 1 on the left. And then on my 7950X3D, I've got 1 on the left, 1 on the right. And then on my Threadripper system, I've got 1 on the left, 1 on the right. So I'm using all 6 of them, but I've got 6 of these AG241QX monitors. Best monitors I have ever owned. I like it so much I got 6 of them. All right. While at your desk, you can't sit and game comfortably further away. Needless of the fact that you're currently on a 24-inch 1080p. Yeah, 24-inch 1080p to me is like too big. My 1080p monitors are 22-inch monitors. So I've got man, I don't even remember the model number because I don't even use those monitors anymore. I have AOC 22-inch FreeSync 75 hertz. This one. No. This one? No. Where's like a review of this thing? Well, the point is, I mean, like I personally only prefer like the smallest possible. Like I was saying, like if I'm doing 1080p, I want 22 inch. If I'm doing 1440p, I want 24 inch. If I'm doing 4K, I want 27 inch. Those are the sizes that I typically buy. So what I'm waiting for, because I know in my Discord channel, we've talked a lot about OLEDs on occasion and like newer monitors. My next monitor, in order for me to consider a new monitor, it has to be either OLED or mini LED, and it has to be at least 120 hertz or better, and it has to be 27 inch, and it has to be 4K. If it's missing any of that criteria, and built-in speakers would be nice too, but that's not 100% required. But built-in speakers would be nice. So my criteria are built-in speakers, 4K, 27 inch, and then either, I guess, you know, 120 hertz or better. That's the minimum refresh rate. And OLED or mini LED. So until there's a monitor that fits all of that criteria, I'm not buying a monitor. Like, I'm not going to upgrade to my to any monitor until there's something like that. So I'm good with these 24-inch 1440s for a long time, as far as I'm concerned. And then for 4K, I've got that Sony monitor that's handling the 4K. So I guess that's it. I guess we're done with Ghost of Tsushima. Although people probably walked into this stream and were like, I thought this was a Ghost of Tsushima stream. And I have no idea how many night and day cycles went by while we were talking about monitors the whole time. Man, that's hilarious. Like, this stream turned into a monitor discussion for like the last fourth or third of the thing. I don't even know how long we were doing that. But anyway, guys, this is probably where we're gonna end the stream. It was a good one. Like, Ghost of Tsushima is a really good game. Like, it's good. This is a good game. I actually think I might actually finish this game before I finish Avatar or some of those other games. I have no idea. So I don't know, maybe we'll do another stream for either Ghost of Tsushima or Final Fantasy XIV, catching up on content that I haven't done for like 2 years. So who knows? Because I'm the other day I was trying to like figure out, should I do Boja, Southern Front, and Zadnor and all that stuff, or should I just skip all that? And for those that don't know, that's like Shadowbringers post-game content from like the previous expansion, not even the current expansion. So, and we're gonna get the new expansion like next month, so it's gonna be even more jam-packed in terms of scheduling. So, yeah, I may stream Final Fantasy XIV instead of this, just to kind of show like what I don't know what I'm gonna do in that game. Like to get caught up, I'm kind of gear gated. Like I don't have, since I haven't kept up with the content. Like I can't even do the latest content because I don't have the correct item level. So I'd have to like go back and farm old dungeons and grind like a bunch of random stuff to be able to level up my gear. So that's the only problem with taking a long break from an MMO. Like you fall so far behind after not playing for like 2 years. Because the last time I played Final Fantasy XIV, seriously, it was like January of 2022. So it's been more than 2 years. So you can imagine how much content I have missed out on, and super far behind, and having to get caught up is going to be a real pain. So I need to do something with that game, like, because I am going to play that game a lot in the summer. I don't want to be like having to waste June getting caught up on old content. It's just gonna be super annoying. It's gonna probably burn me out, and I'm not gonna want to play the actual expansion when it comes out. Man, that water looks really good. This game, look at that water. I know you guys are looking at a compressed version of this because you guys are seeing this on YouTube with all the compression and you're only seeing it at 1440p downscaled. But I'm seeing this at 4K native. And man, that looks... The moon's reflection. This game's good. That's all I can say. Can you join the VC? I know you asked me that at the end of the last stream. Let me see. How late is it? Oh, it's already like really late though. I don't know. I think because it's so late, I'm probably gonna have to pass. But maybe tomorrow. I didn't realize how late it was. How many hours have I been? Wow. Okay, well, that's gonna be it. We've been live for a very long time. So someone was asking a question. Can you help with my i9 14900K and mainboard Aurorus Extreme X plus what? Yeah, we're probably gonna have to look at that next time on the next live stream because we've gone so far over the time limit at this point. If you can post the... So after this is done being live, put the problem description in the comment section of this video, and we'll probably answer that tomorrow or something if I'm live. So that's probably what I'm gonna do because I think we're gonna have to end the stream now. Unfortunately, we will try to get that in the next session, I guess. But yeah, unfortunately, so much of the stream went to talking about monitors that we just burned up all the time and went way over. So anyway, guys, good stuff overall. It was a good discussion. It got me interested in monitors again, I will say that. But until there's one that meets that criteria that I described earlier, I'm not upgrading. So that's it for this stream. Once again, thank you all for watching. We do these live shows every Thursday if you're new to the channel and you have these sort of questions with like tech support stuff. I do try to address those on the Thursday live streams. That doesn't mean that we can't do them here. But these live streams, these weekend live streams like this one, are more focused on game performance and with different setups and that sort of thing. But we can troubleshoot problems live. I mean, it's not a big deal. So don't feel like you can't ask your question. You can definitely ask the question. And if it's a more general technical question, then it's easier. It's even easier to answer live. So with that being said, once again, I thank everybody for watching and tuning in. And I will catch you guys, if not on the weekend streams, I'll catch you guys on the next episode of This Week in Tech, this coming Thursday. And until then, take care, and I'll see you guys next time. Thanks.